Hey, Lindsay.
Yes, hi, Steve.
I'm just doing a mic check to see if you can give them the income something.
Your mic's good. I can hear you.
You don't even sound like Mickey Mouse, although I really like it.
And just so everyone knows, the live stream is running.
Okay.
This is a mat check.
A math check.
A mat check. You know,
I know that's bad. I had a brother Mike and a brother Mark. In this case, I'm Matt. I'm here. I see the sheriff out there, huh? Hey, Jim. And by the way, Patrice was talking to me, and the dog walked by the office, and she hung up on me. You know. Yeah. You know.
Uh-oh. What's
Yeah.
that telling us?
I know.
I have to tell you how disappointed. I went over there with my camera to get my picture taken with a real hero, and what happened? He wasn't here.
Yeah.
We need to set.
I hung up on Matt to have my picture taken with that hero.
Well, Madam Chair, that dog seems to upstage all of us wherever it goes.
So we do need to make an appointment for Patrice to come over and get a photo with that.
I need to meet him.
Yes.
And I'm gonna shame my dog. I'm gonna show my dog a picture. And say, you're slacking, Ziggy.
That's great. I'm glad. This is great to do this kind of acknowledgement. Okay. Hey, Jim. Real quick, when we do intro so Patrice, to you during public participation, after the public, you'll call on me, and then I'll do the recognition of Dex and Sheriff at that time.
Sure.
And then,
Usually I do it internal first, and then we'll go to the external.
okay. And then what I'll do then, Jim, is I'm gonna intro it by reading the short newspaper account of the event, and then turn it over to you to introduce the team that made it happen.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes. All right, so now it's the one that you take that out, and then it's appropriate. And then this is just the commission. And then that should be. I go through here. And
Hey, Patrice, your mic's on.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to get that list together to get out to the governor-elect's transition team. Sorry. I'll turn my mic off. Except it's 10 o'clock. And I see how are our board members doing? We have Matt. Yes, it's 10 o'clock, and Lindsay, I see Matt's with us. Do we have the rest of the board members?
No, we don't at this time. I'll check in.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay, we do have Supervisor Fowler just joined us.
Morning, Lena.
Good morning. Can you see me?
No, you have a beautiful picture, but no Lena.
Huh. Okay, let's figure this out. Maybe that's
Camera's not turned on. It's just the background.
the light is on.
Huh.
Huh.
Try changing your background, Lena, to see if we can see if you just turn off your background.
Okay. Wow. Always something new.
We do have Vice Chair Vasquez with us.
Very good, good.
I've not been able to get a hold of Supervisor Begay yet.
Has she contacted us or anything at all? Okay. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully she'll join us. I know that we have a pretty full agenda and hopefully we have 4 of us. And hopefully she can join us here momentarily. And so with that, I am going to go ahead and call our meeting of Tuesday, December 6th, 2022 in order. And this is a regular board meeting. And our first order of business is, of course, our call to order. And with that, my name is Patrice Horseman. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I am the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, Vice Chair. Thank you.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3.
And District 4, we're waiting for Judy Begay to join us. She may be having some technical difficulties this morning. And District 5.
And it looks like I'm having technical difficulties. Here's me without background. And this is these are pictures of my district. So enjoy all these. That's who I am.
That's a great slideshow. I like
I
that.
love it.
But my camera isn't working for some reason.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us with your district photos. They're beautiful. We know you're with us this morning. So members of the board, our second item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And I know that Lindsay will put the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance to honor our country on our screen. And for those that can, please stand and let's say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right, and our next item of business, members of the public, is call to the public. And this is the time where members of the public can join us and provide input, comments on any items of concern or any items of interest that are not on the agenda. These items, you can join us in just a minute here. We're going to tell you how you can join us for our virtual meeting and make comments here to the board. As you know, we ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes, and also that this is a public meeting and we ask that you be courteous and professional. With that as a background, I do understand under call to the public that we have a very special invitee and very special county employee that we would like to acknowledge. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board and the public. We typically like to use the call to the public to recognize employees, also recognize sometimes of retirements of individuals that have served long careers here at the county. And so I guess it's a time to reserve for, again, acknowledging and appreciating their employees. I want to read a quick newspaper account that sets the stage for the recognition of our employee, and then I'm going to turn it over to Sheriff Driscoll, and he will be then introducing members of the team that were instrumental in this particular issue. So again, from the Arizona Daily Sun recently, 3 young people were booked into the Coconino County Juvenile Detention Center after leading Flagstaff police in a high-speed chase in stolen vehicles. On Thursday night, a cell phone was stolen from an establishment in Woods Park. Police on scene took note of the vehicle people left in, the suspect left in, and shared that information with the county sheriff's department. Later, a vehicle matching that description was spotted on I-40 by a Flagstaff police officer who was in that area. The officer attempted to pull over the suspect when 2 other vehicles interrupted the interaction and joined in that fray. The 3 vehicles then sped away together, leading police on a high-speed, basically highway chase before exiting near Country Club. According to police department information officer, the suspects abandoned all 3 vehicles in the hotel parking lot in the Country Club area and then took off just on foot. Each of the vehicles were reported stolen. 1 actually was stolen out of Camp Verde. The county sheriff's department staff at this time assisted, and the individuals that we're going to be recognizing in the moment were instrumental in locating the 3 suspects and they were taken into custody without incident. A comment from Flagstaff Police: we were just happy that it was resolved without any escalation of violence. The county sheriff's department staff were instrumental in helping locate the suspects, and then one of our staff persons also helped locate the cell phone that was originally stolen in Woods Park. So again, all of this was the event that could have gone in a number of different ways, but due to, I think, we all know the talent and the commitment of our county sheriff's department staff, this took a different ending. And so I'm going to turn it at this point over to Sheriff Driscoll to introduce members of the staff that were key in resolving this matter in a good way. Sure.
Well, thank you, Steve. Madam Chair, members of the board, it's recognition is such a great thing to do. And when we have the team that I'm going to introduce here in a few minutes, I think it's just, we're very proud of the work that they do. We're very proud of everything that they've accomplished. And Dex is our canine unit, and his handler is Corporal Ben Weibel. And both of them are just tremendous assets to not just the sheriff's office, but to the community with the drugs that they are, drug arrests and drug enforcement activities is just a great benefit to the community as well. So I'm going to introduce Ben and Dex here. I'm going to put them in my chair and let them talk a little bit about what they do, and we can just go from there. Ben, go ahead. If you want to bring Dex with you.
It's live.
Live.
Hi, folks. I'm Corporal Weibel with the Sheriff's Office, and can you guys see Dex okay here? I think might be getting cut off a little bit.
We see those beautiful ears. There he is. We see it.
Is that okay?
Yeah, there he is.
So thank you guys for having us. I appreciate you recognizing the program, and I hope you guys in the community can really see the value in it. We've got a really good start to the program, I think, and hopefully we can continue to do that and have a good impact.
All right.
How old is Dex?
He is 3.
3. And
He's born in April.
And what breed is he? Tell us exactly what his breed is. And
So he's a Belgian Malinois, and he's from the Netherlands. We purchased him from a vendor in California, and they source dogs from all over Europe.
And how long has he been working with you, Corporal?
We've been in service for 10 months. A lot of that's also been training. We go through 2 schools. So one school is patrol school, and that has to deal with apprehension work, which that's actually biting the bad guys. finding articles of evidence, like we found the cell phone the other night. And then the other school that we went to is narcotics detection. And so he's now trained to alert to the odors of methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin. And we're hoping to add fentanyl to that repertoire in the near future. Hopefully within the next year, we can get that done. Just given the huge crisis that we're seeing with fentanyl coming across our borders and through our county, it's actually quite alarming how much we're running into it between us, Flag PD, and DPS. It's not okay.
And I take it then you'll be doing ongoing training with Dex.
Yes. So far, like the minimum standards that courts have established for canine programs is 16 hours per month. So we try to hit 4 hours every week, but that's a minimum standard. So we try to go above and beyond that with our training. And so right now we're actually at, I did the numbers this morning. So it's 444 hours is what we've trained so far. And that's from our start time about 10 months ago. So we are exceeding that minimum standard, which is good.
So it's not often we get a real hero that's brought forward here to the board. And of course, we do think we think all of our employees are real heroes here in Coconino County, but it's so wonderful to see our four-legged hero brought before the board. And we hope we get to meet him in person one of these days. Dex, you're a good boy. Thank you for your service. And I hope you got a little piece of steak or maybe even a bone here for the great work you did. So
Yeah.
thanks, Dex.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the board. Do you guys have any other questions?
Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and it's good to see you, Corporal Ben Schmidt, or what Schmidt. I got Ben Schmidt that lives next to me here.
Ben's
Like,
fine.
yeah, sorry about that, Weibel. But actually, it's really appreciate what you're doing, and the hours don't end there, right? Dex is a part of your family as well. Is that the case?
Yeah. So he does come home with me, but he doesn't get to be a house pet.
Okay.
A lot of people are kind of turned off by that. They're like, oh my gosh, he doesn't get to like lay around the house or go on the couch. And like work is fun. Like he gets to come, and everything fun for him happens at work.
Mm-hmm.
And so we can't make home a more desirable thing, as sad as that sounds, but it's really not. Like he has so much more fun. My dog at home hates him because he's always coming in the car with me to go to work instead of, she stays at home and she will literally see him and turn the other direction and walk away. Like I will not even like acknowledge the presence.
Yeah, actually, it's really neat for people to understand that and how important. But it also gives an idea of you're pretty much on with each other all the time as well.
Yeah, we get a lot of FaceTime.
Yeah. That's well, I'm glad you're getting along. That's good.
I know he's doing wonderful. I'm very, very happy with how he's doing and we're doing as a team. I hope we can continue to improve and have a good service for his career.
I thought I have just a public information piece, and this will it would be between you, Corporal Sheriff and John Paxton. But since the incident was helping protect the community, starting in Munns Park, they have a good public information distribution, and they tend to. They originally, I think, as we started some of our canine programs way back in the past, and it was dependent upon contributions they had contributed. Probably wouldn't be bad. I think it would be a really good idea to just show how you all have protected that community, and I think it would resonate really well with the community.
Well,
others as well, I understand. But thank you.
And I think it'd be a great idea to get a picture of him. I know we haven't been able to get him close enough here, but if you could take a picture and let's put him on our newsletters. the public and for our staff, just to see Dex and to learn a little bit about the program. So he can be the poster dog for the program.
I'm sure we can do that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah,
And Corporal Weigel, thank you so much for your service and your work with Dex. It's really great to hear about this and hear about your program and how it's really serving our communities. So thank you
Yes.
so much.
thank you guys very much for the support. I appreciate it. Do you want?
Sure.
County Manager, anybody else you would like to? introduce here?
Just want to make sure quickly, Sheriff Driscoll, did you have anything to just add as a quick wrap up?
No, we just appreciate this support. We were able to obtain him through some funds through our Metro board and not impact the general fund. So that's been really good for us. And we're always looking for grants as well to support the program. But your support means a great deal to us. And we feel that that's important for the continued success of the program. But we will continue to work within our community, and who knows, we may be looking at another K-9 at some point in the future, because we have a big county that we all know, and there's always the need for drug detection dogs throughout the county. So again, thank you, and we appreciate your support and recognition.
Thank you, sir. And Madam Chair, those are the recognitions for today. So turn it back to you for.
All right, thank you. And thanks, Sheriff. Thanks, Corporal, and thanks, Dex.
Thanks. Okay.
And members of the board, we are still on call to the public, and members of the public, if you would like also to make a presentation or provide input to the board, as I indicated, now is your time. And I'm going to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly, so she can explain how you can join us here for our board meeting and provide your information to the board. So Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear at the bottom of your screen if you hover towards the bottom and it looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do not have any hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Clerk Daly, and members of the public. Again, this is a last call. This is the call to the public. This is your opportunity to address with the board items that are not on the agenda. So one more time, if you would like, please join us.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horstman.
All right, thank you. And with that, we are going to move forward on our agenda item. Next on our agenda is our consent agenda. Members of the public and of course, board members are well aware of this. These are items that are listed that are routine. That's easy for you to say. These are routine in nature, administrative in nature. And these are items that normally are not necessary for further discussion. They can be handled in one motion and one vote by the board for consideration and approval or rejection, of course. And at this point, if the board would like to consider items that on the consent agenda for discussion and for an individual vote, now would be the time to remove those items. So I'm going to ask members of the board for our consent agenda items 1 through 11. Would the board like to remove any of these items? Or if not, I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented. That's items 1 through 11.
Say like Kimmer,
Second.
their focus.
We have a motion and we have a second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Very good. Members of the public, the consent agenda has indeed passed. And I did get a confirmation. It doesn't look like Supervisor Begay is going to be able to join us. So that did pass unanimously by the 4 board members who are present here this morning. Next, members of the board, we are going to consider an item from the Flood Control District. So we need to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to do so?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor to resolve as a Flood Control District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, I believe, is Supervisor Fowler still with us, or did we lose her? I heard a ding and I did not hear her give her vote. Lindsay, can you see if we can get Supervisor Fowler back? I will note that the vote was 3-0. It was unanimous for the item for the members that are here.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'll contact her.
Thank you. Members of the board, we are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. We have 3 items on the consent agenda. Because they're listed as consent agenda items, they are not, again, they are considered in one motion and one vote without discussion. I am going to request that items 12, 13, and 14 be removed from the consent agenda, and that these items be taken individually. And with that, our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, is here. And if you wouldn't mind, just 12 and 13 and 14 are all applications to various federal grant programs for funding, hopefully for funding for Coconino County for flood mitigation projects. And without going into great detail, which we have done repeatedly here at our board meetings on the projects and why the need for these flood mitigation projects, can you give us a general overview, Deputy County Manager, on these grants, what the purpose is, what the intent is, and what is the county's match? And then we'll go through each grant and take a motion individually. So unless County Manager, you have any preliminary comments to make, we'll just turn this over to Lucinda Andriani.
That's fine, Madam Chair.
All right, Lucinda, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to provide a brief overview. These grants are grants that are annual grants, opportunities that come through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. And one is the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, and the other is Flood Mitigation Assistance Grants. We are applying for these grants as part of our overall plan for flood mitigation in the Schultz Pipeline area. Specifically, these grants are targeted to the government tank watershed and flood corridor. And we're submitting both to the BRIC program as well as the FMA program for flood mitigation within the neighborhoods for a total of a little over 26 million. And then in addition, we are applying for a BRIC grant for the improvements that are needed at the highway within that area. The way this process works is that we need approval from the board to apply for the grants, which we're in the process of doing right now. We submitted a notice of interest that was then fed back to us that we were ranked relatively high, which means that you can then go ahead and actually apply for the grant. So we're submitting a draft application now to the State Department, DEMA, that works with FEMA. And then in January, we will actually submit the final application to DEMA and FEMA. So to DEMA, who then submits it to FEMA. This is a long-term process. It takes multiple years. Frankly, we are hopeful that we will secure the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection funding prior to this and be able to move ahead with the projects through, or at least the neighborhood projects. They don't fund highway or road related projects through NRCS, but be able to fund the larger of the projects through that program. But if we are unable to secure that funding, then we will obviously continue to pursue this. If we are awarded this grant, one of these grants, then we come back to the board for specific approval to accept the funds and make the match. The match would be 25%. So at this point, the board isn't approving the match, they're approving for the district to submit the applications.
The other question I have is, do these grants will, and I understand this is an application process. We don't have to accept the grants. We get one. We don't necessarily have to accept the other. This is just a preliminary so we can apply. But do these grants, or will these grants require a matching amount?
They will require a match. It's a 75-25. So they will require a match. If in fact we're awarded, we will come back to the board for approval of the match. And that, then we'll be looking at, do we have the funds to make the match, and what does that look like, and how would we fund that? So.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda. Any questions from members of the board on this before we take these 3 items individually?
And I believe that the county manager has some comments as well.
I'm sorry.
Just
Steve,
very
I'm sorry.
quickly. Thanks, Madam Chair. One of the work session items we're going to be doing next week, the 13th, is to look at an update on the general fund. And so the general fund, of course, is key to this, because that is where we would be looking at the local match for. And so the board, through its discussion on blood control matters, this year has asked for an update on the general fund. And so looking at the drivers or the trends that we see in the general fund related to the revenues, which of course are comprised of at least the 2 main ones being property taxes and sales taxes. And so we'll be bringing to you the update in the general fund, of which we would be looking to the general fund for a possible local match if these grants are, of course, awarded. And again, that's the key to it, because the acceptance of the grant, once it is provided, is contingent on the local jurisdiction having the local match to put forward. Thank you.
Very good.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes.
Yeah, and actually, and we've done this in the past. This is what we asked you to do, Lucinda. Go out, see if you can apply for these grants. And then it's as we're in a developing phase of how we will be able to fund these, but it's also consistent with our conversations that we've had as it leads into this, as well as my understanding. So fully understand why we need to do these applications, and hopefully we can get, we are successful in, actually using the money that we do have available to trigger additional money to come in from the federal side. So, I appreciate you separating this, Madam Chair, just to check in, where are we, what's happening with this piece. And just, for as we go through this, because it's so complicated, we're going to have different pieces coming back on these check-ins, just to explain where we are on it. It's very helpful for us just to keep, aligning, okay, which piece of this is happening and when it's happening. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Ryan. I understand I did not make a motion to separate this out of the consent agenda. Okay, I'm going to make that motion.
Madam Chair, I mean, if either way works.
We need to do it. Yeah. I don't think we do either for this.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. Somebody just brought it to my attention, but I do think we don't normally do that. So unless I hear differently from Monique, we'll just continue. So any other questions, comments? If not, we'll entertain motions. Number 12 is consideration of possible approval to submit an application to the Federal Emergency Management Administration for a grant from the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, it's also known as BRIC program, in the amount of $26,554,073 to engineer and construct flood mitigation in the Schultz Pipeline flood area impacting the government tank corridor. Do I have a motion to submit such an application?
Motion.
Vice Chair Vasquez,
So
motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And Supervisor Fowler's back with us. Glad you're back with us.
And my internet just blinked out for some reason and then came back on.
We're glad you're with us, Supervisor Fowler. Number 13, consideration and possible approval to submit an application to FEMA for a grant from the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities BRIC program in the amount of $3,100,000 to engineer and construct drainage improvements to a Highway 89 culvert impacted by the Schultz pipeline post-wildfire flooding. Do I have a motion to submit an application for this grant?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of this, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is again unanimous. Members of the board, number 14, consideration of possible approval to submit an application to FEMA for a grant from the Flood Mitigation Assistance Program in the amount of $26,554,073 to engineer and construct flood mitigation in the Schultz pipeline flood area impacting the government tank corridor. Do I have a motion, Supervisor or Vice Chair Vasquez?
Yes. So
Motion.
moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and it's unanimous, all four of us. So you have direction, our flood control district manager, and we certainly wish that luck for all of us, that these do come to pass, and we get some funding from the federal government. So we look forward to hearing updates on these grant applications. So appreciate you. Any other comments or questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
No, just excited to, we're gradually moving through this and going through a next phase associated with it.
Absolutely. Any other comments? All right, with that, members of the board, directors, we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Supervisor Ryan has made the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor to resolve as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We now need to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
So
So
moved.
moved. Oh, I'll second that one, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler made the motion, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor to be the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It is unanimous. And members of the board, we actually have 3 items under the consent agenda. As we said, these are items that are usually done by one motion and without discussion. However, members of the board, I'm going to recommend that we do remove items 15 and 16 for discussion. I think this is important information for members of the public. So I would ask that we remove 15 and 16 from the consent agenda. That leaves one other item on the consent agenda. Anybody else have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, then let's go ahead and items 15 and 16. And
Madam Chair.
Yes. Sir.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 15 and 16.
Very good. Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda, item 17, signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So members of the board, we are now going back to the individual items. Number 15, consideration of possible action to approve the intergovernmental agreement, contract number CTR 060268 between the Arizona Department of Health Services and Coconino County Health District in the amount of $2,471,546,000 to provide enhanced and equitable immunization services, including supplemental influenza activities and COVID-19 vaccine services to residents during the period of July 1, 2022 to July 30th, 2024. Continuation of our immunization services. I thought this was important to bring to the public's attention, and hopefully I think we have County Manager Michelle Oxland, is that right for this?
Yes, we do. She's coming on camera right now.
Thank you. Hi, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, for having us. And yes, this is an amazing program. We are so grateful to the state to award us this kind of dollars. 90% of these funds go straight to purchasing vaccines from the distributors. So it all goes right back into our community, and we're able to offer those low-income vaccines to children and adults. We had a huge run on the flu vaccine this year, as many know, and highly encourage anyone who has not gotten it to get their flu vaccine as well as their COVID boosters. So we are very grateful to the team that works under this grant.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions or comments, members of the board? I would just like to thank Michelle, you and your team there at HHS for your immunization program, so essential for our community. Many of us from the board have been able to avail ourselves and our county staff, as well as our community members, to get our flu vaccine and also, of course, updated on our COVID shots and our boosters. So important for our community to know, and really appreciate the state award on this. Any other comments from members of the board? If not, I'll entertain a motion to accept and approve the intergovernmental agreement.
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Go
That is
ahead.
another note that we had.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Wade
made a
Aye.
point that the
Aye.
people
All right, it is unanimous. Item number 16 is consideration and possible action to approve one limited appointment FTE peer support specialist for the opioid crisis response program for FY23 and corresponding budget adjustment in the amount of $79,883 utilizing existing fund balance. Again, this is, I think, important for the community to be aware of an appointment for support specialists given the opioid crisis response program. And with that, County Manager, should we turn this over to Michelle Oxland, or do you have comments?
Michelle will do this one as well.
Michelle.
Thanks, Chair Horstman again. So our peer supports are really an amazing part of the work that we're doing. We all know that the opioid deaths have increased over the past 4 years. They have doubled. It is a daily fight in our community, as you saw with the dog early on. You know, there are many of us working on different areas to provide that component, not only from a criminal piece, but from the recovery end. So our peers work in the recovery end. They are individuals who have lived experiences that are able to, that have successfully are in current recovery and are able to help others through that process. So we really appreciate the board's approval on this and allowing us to bring on another peer. We utilize them daily in our work. So thank you.
Well, I think it's excellent news that you're able to bring on another full-time position for this important work. And again, such an incredible service for members of our community. So thanks, Michelle, for you and your staff. So any other questions or comments, or I'd entertain a motion to approve the limited appointment FTE position and also to do a corresponding budget adjustment in the amount of $79,883.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move to approve.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, signify by saying
let's
aye.
just start with
Aye.
start and end with
Aye. I think that Supervisor Fowler is getting some assistance on her technical difficulties there. So it is unanimous. It has passed. So members of the board, we now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
The motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We are now back as the Board of Supervisors, but again, not for long. We also now need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
A motion by
Second.
Supervisor Ryan, second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 It is again unanimous. We are on item 18. This is a jail district consent agenda item. The individual consent agenda item again is here for vote without discussion unless someone would like to remove this from the consent agenda. Anyone like to remove it? Seeing none, at this point, I would entertain a motion for consideration of possible action to approve an independent contractor agreement with Empire Power Systems to provide an uninterrupted power supply and installation for the information technology servers located at the law enforcement administrative facility in the purchase amount of $83,348,000, utilizing the Sourcewell 120617 CAT contract in a corresponding budget adjustment in the amount of $12,935. Do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
It's motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
In some cases, quite
Second.
literally.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is once again unanimous, members of the board. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Matt Ryan, Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
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 Right, it is again unanimous, and we are right on time. I would like you to note that. So we are now on our discussion and possible action items. Members of the board, do we want to take a 5-minute break or should we continue to go forward? You're all okay?
Madam Chair, just for the sake of staff, I would suggest just taking a couple minutes and
Let's take a
Coming back.
5-minute break and then we're going to go to our consideration on a liquor license. So let's take a 5-minute break, members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, start getting ourselves back together here. Is it supposed to rain or snow today?
Later on today. So,
Oh, it's getting dark out there. All right, I see we have Supervisor Fowler, who's still continuing to show us these great pictures of her district. And Supervisor Ryan is back with us. Do we have Vice Chair Vasquez with us?
He's not come on camera yet, but he's still connected.
Okay, a couple more minutes, hopefully. And I guess Supervisor Brigay's in Las Vegas for that conference and wasn't able to join us, so.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe that's a tribal transportation conference.
Okay. Vice Chair, are you with us? We're going into the public hearing, so I'd really like him to be part of this.
Lindsay, are you checking?
Yes, thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Chair. I'm here.
Thank you, Lena, and appreciate that. Although we're still seeing your wonderful slides. We're waiting for,
Yes.
we're waiting. They're really beautiful, by the way. I don't know who took those, but they're gorgeous photos. We're waiting for Vice Chair Vasquez, and I think Lindsay's trying to get him. We do have a public hearing coming up next, so hopefully we can get him on.
So is each photo a different, element or part of your personality there, Lena? I like it. They're beautiful.
They are beautiful. So, well, I don't know what's going on, and I hope he's not having trouble, but why don't we try to get started? This is a liquor license, and it's consideration and possible recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License and Control regarding application 213139 for an acquisition of control for a Series 10 beer and wine liquor store license for Lake Powell Travel Plaza located at 101 West Glen Street in Greenhaven, Arizona, 86040. The agent is Melissa Janet Maloney, and I believe this is in District 5. This, which is unusual. But anyway, this is great. There we have Vice Chair Vasquez with us. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk of the board, Lindsay Daly, to have her present on this issue.
Thank you, Chair Horstman. And I will note that this is an acquisition of control, so it does not require a public hearing. So it's just an action item. And I do have Ron Sanchez, who is a representative for the agent here, in case there are any questions regarding it. But you are correct. This is a district, located in District 5. and it is for a Series 10 wine and beer store liquor license application. And it is located at the location of 101 West Glen Street in Greenhaven, Arizona. The agent is Melissa Janet Maloney. So because this is an acquisition of control, it does not require a posting or anything of that sort at the location, because essentially a liquor license already exists at the location. And Mr. Sanchez can let you know what the reasoning for the acquisition of control is. But I did send the application over to our departments, the Sheriff Department, Health Department, Risk Manager, and Community Development Department, and they do not have any concerns regarding the application. The board does not issue the license, but does make a recommendation to the state regarding the license based on knowledge of the area.
Thank you, Lindsay, and thanks for that correction. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Fowler. She has some comments, and if she would like to introduce the agent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ron, for joining us. Ron and I had a phone call. This establishment is right along the Arizona-Utah border. So it is. It was a small business, and it has grown. And how it's developed, it's just really nice, and really being able to expand the business there and provide more services to the region is really really nice how it's been developed. Ron was just telling me that they came from like a 5 to 10 employees to now 40 to 50 employees.
Wow.
So it's a growing business, and really appreciate the board's recommendation to the state on this liquor license.
Thank you. Would you like Ron to address us, or Melissa Janet Maloney? I'm not sure who's with us.
Mr. Ron Sanchez is with us today. He is a panelist. Ron, if you want to unmute. There you go.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, well, thank you for having me, and I've enjoyed this Zoom call. Really appreciate that. And yes, thank you for the recommendation, or if you guys do that, really appreciate that. Yeah, so just want to say thank you, and I'm grateful, and thank you for that. The officer and the canine. I believe I've seen him here in this establishment before. So we also do support our first responders, and also just want to say that is true. What was it, Lindsay and the other lady? We have grown this establishment, and we're continuing to grow in this region. I guess it's District 5. I just learned that, so thank you for that. Also, I'll be working with this establishment, Eagles Landing, the pilot truck stop. Also, we'll be working with you guys probably for the foreseeable future. We plan on opening a Wendy's out here as well with this company. So this company is really good, and I just want to say thank you again for hearing me.
Thanks, Ron. And Supervisor Fowler's been a long time supervisor out in that area, and has been a very big proponent of economic development for that area and that community. So you're lucky to have her there in District 5. So Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ron, my camera is not working for some reason. So we see Vermilion Cliffs out there. Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we recommend this liquor license item number, can't even see the agenda, to the state for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Lena Fowler to recommend to the Arizona Department of Liquor License an acquisition of control for a Series 10 beer and wine liquor license for Lake Powell Travel Plaza located at 101 Glen Street in Greenhaven, Arizona. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for reading that.
Absolutely. We have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right. And thanks, Ron, for joining us, and best of luck to you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You guys have a great day.
So, members of the board, we are moving on. Number 20. This has been our long-awaited and really looked forward to by ourselves and our community for presentation, discussion, of possible action to approve funding recommendations and awarding our RFP 2022-108 to various community organizations that we have listed. And I know they'll probably have information that's going to be presented. So I'm not going to read the list right now, and I know it'll be coming forward to us. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and members of the public that are joining us today. As the chair indicated, this is the culmination of a long process that was instituted or created and approved by the board several months ago in order for the county to work with the community partners to do an RFP process, distribute funds to the American Rescue Plan. I want to make a couple of just a quick introductory comments. Sue Brown is going to tee it up, and then we have Siri Mullaney and Kristen Curtis, both from finance, that are going to be making the presentation. One of just general comment with regard to the importance that nonprofits play in our community. And you know, if you know anything about me, I'm a real big believer in nonprofits, as many of you, all of us are in the county are. These local governments cannot do it alone. We rely on nonprofits to do a lot of the work that local governments are not able to do. And again, nonprofits fill an important need and an important sector of the community that is needed. And so I think oftentimes, and I've said this before, nonprofits sometimes get the label of feel good. Well, the feel good, yes, it feels good. But when you look at the missions of all of our nonprofits, they are truly life-changing, life-saving, life-preserving missions. And it's not easy work, it's serious business. And I think nonprofits add a huge benefit and value to the community. And so it certainly was an honor to work through this process to provide a framework by which the funds through the American Rescue Plan are able to be programmed and distributed through these organizations and out into the community. Not all of the organizations that provided applications were funded. We want to acknowledge and recognize their efforts. Limited funds and the scope and the framework, target populations, results, etc. Not all of the proposals did fit into certain areas, and so we do want to acknowledge and thank those organizations that went through the time and took the time and effort to submit a proposal. But again, not all of them were funded, and the process that staff created here at the county to program these dollars to the community is very important. So those are my introductory comments. I'm going to turn over to Sue Brown, and who will then lead the discussion with Siri and with Kristen. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sue, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. We're very excited to be here today. As Steve said, this part of our ARPA funding distribution has been happening for quite a while. It actually began at the very beginning when the announcement about the ARPA funds happened, and we started to receive a lot of unsolicited requests from the community. And that information was incredibly vital to us, and it led us to then release a request for information, a more formal manner of asking what the community thought about what types of funding the board should do. Ultimately, after a lot of discussion and starting in May, we started to narrow down the different categories that we wanted to fund in our community funding category. Madam Chair, this entire process for community funding, ARPA community funding, was really so incredibly and dedicated, with such dedication, driven by our staff. And I want to commend Siri Mullaney, Kristen Curtis, Scott Richardson of purchasing, our community friend and partner, Janet Regner, our former Director of Community Service, who joined us. Folks from Health and Human Services, Kim Musselman, Michelle Axland, Erica Shaw, Chris Pastors with Economic Development, our Economic Development Manager, also participated. We gathered a real group of subject matter experts as we went through this process, and I want to thank them for their time and dedication to this process. I'm going to let Siri take the going through the PowerPoint, and we are happy to answer questions from the board as you have them. Siri, take it away.
Oh, thank you, Sue, and thank you, Chair and members of the board. So if we can go to slide 3, we have some background information. So on the next one, the budget as a reminder, after funding allocations were made through ARPA towards other projects within Coconino County, the remainder budget was $5.1 million. We did have a series of meetings with the board to establish the priority areas for investment of those funds. And you can see the 6 areas that were determined, just as a reminder on this slide. As we go to the next slide, the information we have is regarding the RFP. So once the budget was set and the priority areas were determined, we went out to the community and solicited essentially projects for funding. So what are their best projects that fall in those priority areas to meet community needs? We have information on how that process worked, including a lot of direct emails, a lot of outreach. And I think you'll see that in the recommendations as well, that we really did reach a broad area of Coconino County and were able to get responses that really address needs throughout the entire county, which was great. So as we move on to the next slide, we had 35 responses as a result, and over $20 million was requested. So again, we have that reminder there, $20 million requested in projects and a budget of $5.1 million. So a lot of work was then needed to read through all the proposals and do some evaluation. As we started that process on this slide, we show that our first step was to look for allowability. As a reminder, these are federal funds. They come with a lot of requirements and strings attached. It's not open funding. We can't, as much as we would like to use it for any purpose under the sun, we really are limited federally on what we can spend the dollars on. So we were very mindful of that in taking our first look at the proposals. There were some great proposals, but they just didn't meet that allowability criteria. So for this purpose, they were unable to move forward. So there were 4 of those that did not pass the initial allowability. The next thing we're required to do with these dollars, because they are federal and because these are going to be subawards, is what's called a risk assessment. So we just looked at each organization, their strength, their leadership, their financial history, the staff, and we did what's called a risk assessment. And we found that there were 4 organizations that were higher risk. However, that high risk only helped inform the rest of our evaluation. It did not preclude them from moving forward. So we continued to evaluate all proposals regardless of their risk status. It's just a consideration as we move into the contract phase later on the level of maybe subrecipient monitoring we may have to do, or other safeguards we may have to put in place, again, to maintain the integrity of the funds and make sure that everything is being expended in accordance with all of the required guidelines. So again, we did evaluate all of those proposals. So as a reminder, then on the next slide, so the evaluation criteria, this was provided to the proposers in the RFP. So this was not a surprise. This is what we said we would evaluate all of the proposals on, and this is what we evaluated the proposals on. As Deputy Manager Sue mentioned, we did have such subject matter and ARPA experts, and really, again, to commend all of them, because everyone on this team read all 34 proposals in depth, and they were not 1 or 2 pages. Most of them were in excess of 50 to 100 pages each, at least, with all of the required information. So it was a huge undertaking, and there were thousands and thousands of hours of staff time that was put towards coming to the recommendation you'll see before you today. Then on our next slide, you'll see they brought us to our recommendation. Because we had 31 projects that were evaluated, and again, requests of 20 million compared to our $5 million budget, we could not recommend full funding for everything. We really had to look at full funding as a potential, but also maybe partial funding or scaling. What were some of the elements in the proposal that seemed to have the highest impact? And we also had a few recommendations for alternative partnerships, where the committee itself felt that the outcomes were very valid, but that we might have additional funding that it was not ARPA related to help them move forward. And so those organizations have been contacted with those additional partnership opportunities. And then unfortunately, we did have a few organizations that were not recommended for funding. So as we look through those recommendations, we had 31 projects that were evaluated and 19 were recommended for some type of funding. So that's over 60% that we were able to touch with this process. So moving on slide number 10. So this is really just high level information of, again, just to highlight all the different areas where with the recommendation you'll see before you, we expect to see outcomes in various communities. Not all communities will receive the same outcomes on these projects. However, all of these areas are addressed in some way in one of the funded proposals, which is really exciting. And then off to the right, you'll also see the various delivery methods, whether it's in person, online, mobile, home delivery. And we have some even that are intended to be countywide as a result of mobile service delivery options. And so again, really exciting as we look at how the money was able to be recommended to be distributed throughout the projects. The next slide, we start talking about the various populations. So again, not every proposal impacts every individual population, but all of the proposals collectively really are going to serve the various population and service needs that you see before you. We have this slide, and then our next slide as we move on. So 2 slides worth of information on all the different populations and then service needs over to the right as well of how these funds will be distributed. So really broad, hitting a lot of populations and a lot of outcomes, which is really exciting. On slide 13, then we have our summary. So again, this is a reminder as we look at the requests, that's where we're coming up with the 20 million. Through earlier sessions with the board, we did work with the board to establish a budget target. So you can see that in that middle column there, and the total of the 5.1, that was how the budget was broken down, with 2 million identified for behavioral health, 750,000 each for housing and business supports. And then the remaining 1.6 million was not specifically identified by category of workforce development, vulnerable populations, and COVID support for local government, but instead collectively, that was 1.6 million. Unfortunately, our request did not align exactly with the budget target because we had a lot more in requests than our budget, but you can see then the committee recommendation off to the right. And I will highlight that that committee recommendation really is for the primary category, but another one of the things this budget was considered by the committee, including the secondary category. So all responders had the opportunity to identify not just a primary area, but also a secondary. And there is a lot of related projects between these categories. So we may have some for vulnerable populations, for example, as the primary that we know are also going to impact behavioral health, or they were submitted as a secondary category of behavioral health. So the committee really did try to hold the integrity of the budget target in these recommendations. And really, so if you consider the primary and secondary together, the committee did a great job of keeping things together in those targets that were established by the board. And then I'll just note that today, we're only going to talk about the first 5 categories, and we will not be talking about COVID support for local government. That was outside of this process and will be presented at a later work session. All right, so the next few slides, we're going to walk through each of the remaining 5 areas. And we just wanted to highlight for the board and for the community that the various outcomes that were recommended for funding. Again, just to highlight all of those areas and some of the outcomes that we expect to see as a result of the recommendations. So we can see in our behavioral health category, the first organization is Catholic Charities, and they were recommended for 713,000 of funding for their homeless services. They do have 7 locations throughout the county, and they have some in Flagstaff and Williams, and they're also working on finalizing a new facility in Page. And so really what this does is allows them to free up operational capacity in order to complete that new Page facility for transitional housing and supportive services. The Community Bridges project is similar. They have already started work on the Hojo home, which is a residential treatment facility in Page. And of course, due to inflation and other rising costs in the construction realm, they fell short of the need to complete this project. So they were requesting essentially additional gap funding or matching funding. So this is a multi-million-dollar project for which the county can now partner as a result of this recommendation to help get it completed.
Siri, if I can just butt in there just a little bit, apologies, Madam Chair, but just for familiarity, community bridges used to be known as Encompass in the Page area. So it's community bridges Encompass. It's the same. They were purchased during the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next recommendation is for the Guidance Center. They had proposed a mobile health community response unit along with additional staffing to help to operate that unit. And so essentially this is going to be like a van or a bus that's been renovated essentially that can go out to remote areas of the county and provide mental health services in a confidential manner and touch residents that may not otherwise be able to access these services, whether they have transportation challenges or just, based on the services available in their location. So this is a really great way to expand mental health services throughout the county. And then the Northland Family Help Center had requested funding for implementing the mindfulness-based youth substance abuse treatment curriculum training, and that will be countywide. So they have already implemented this training with their own staff, and they are working to bring this countywide to other providers who work with youth who have substance abuse disorders. So that total was 1.57 million as we look at that. But again, we have additional secondary categories that go back to behavioral health, and we'll also highlight those as we go through. On the next slide, we have the workforce. Oh, we have the housing recommendation. So we had 3 proposals recommended in housing. The first one, the town of Fredonia had asked to partner with their own ARPA funds. As a smaller organization, they received a smaller allocation, and they did not have sufficient ARPA funds to do the project that they were hoping to do, which is sewer line extension in Fredonia to build residential homes. And so for a very small amount, we are able to partner with them to help bring water line expansion to 2,700 residents. The next one, the Red Feather Development Group, provides health and safety home repairs and energy efficiency modifications, specifically for Hopi and Navajo families residing on their native homelands within Coconino County. So $300,000 was recommended to continue that project. And then Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona has funding recommended to complete JoJo's Place. So this is another one of gap funding. So this is an exciting opportunity to partner in our community to complete JoJo's Place, where again, compared to the original budget, construction increases had fallen short in terms of the funding versus the cost. And so we are able to recommend funding to help them get that completed. And that is transitional housing and affordable housing and case management services. For business supports on our next slide, so Coconino Community College, the Small Business Development Center. So the request here was to expand their existing operations, so add more staff to increase technical assistance in both Flagstaff and Page. The SBDC has already been operating within Coconino County. And so this is to provide additional outreach for business supports and help develop those businesses throughout the county. The Chicanos Por La Casa recommendation is for a Spanish-speaking business advisor. So this will complement the work of the SBDC, and we are requesting for that position to be within Coconino County and support those micro businesses that need specifically the Spanish-speaking support. And then Creative Flagstaff had a great proposal to help support the arts community. So the request was for equipment checkout, performing arts support, and advertising, and specifically for art events and activities and performances, again, throughout the county that they will both support and advertise for. All right, workforce development. So go ahead. Oh, Sue, did you want to jump in? Oh, okay.
Sorry. No.
All right. So workforce development. Then we had 2 organizations that are recommended for funding in this area. Candela is already operating Elevate Pre-K classrooms in Flagstaff. And this recommendation is to expand that to the Page area specifically. This provides educational opportunities for pre-K children who for working parents, essentially, who may not otherwise have those same developmental education opportunities available to them. And then the Coconino Community College Construction Maintenance Tech Program for $200,000 is to expand this program. And the great part about this is that it also allows for the purchase of a mobile unit. So it's not location specific. They can use that mobile unit and travel to various areas of the county and provide the construction maintenance tech program, which has been a very successful program for job creation and job opportunities in the county. And then our last category, so we had the most proposals submitted in this area for vulnerable populations. And so we have the highest number recommended for funding as well. The first one, the Flagstaff Family Food Center, had been challenged as a result of the pandemic. And they have a lot of partnerships with housing programs in the county and just do a lot of great work. And this recommendation is for $300,000 for emergency food boxes and mobile food distribution. You'll see another proposal from Chicanos Por La Casa. This one, again, they are already operating within Coconino County, but this is to expand their parenting education workshops, specifically on the ground in Coconino County. The DNA People's Legal Services proposal was for additional attorney support to assist low-income vulnerable residents with legal services. And their emphasis really was on housing protection. They offer support when people are facing eviction or facing unsafe housing situations, and they really help maintain housing for people who have it within the county. The Moan Kopi Senior Center provides senior meals and programs, and they have been impacted and they had to shut down because of the pandemic. They also had facilities issues. And so this is to help them both restart and to get the HVAC units they need for their facility. Arizona Helping Hands provides supplies and kinship care. And so the recommendation here is to help supplement the supplies that they're providing again to our residents who are in the foster and kinship care system in Coconino County. Cancer Support Community of Northern Arizona is recommended for support to provide financial support to our underinsured and uninsured residents that have been impacted by cancer, which is of course another area that really was impacted during COVID, due to safety concerns, and they weren't able to access all the resources needed necessarily during that time. So this is to help with the financial impact of that to the direct residents impacted. And finally, the Flagstaff Shelter Services had a proposal to purchase a minivan to help transport shelter guests. So as they may need other services throughout town or just transportation to get to the shelter services locations, this will help again with those transportation needs for the guests that are staying with Flagstaff Shelter Services. So with that, our next slide is really the summary. So of the 5 areas we talked about, again, we can see the requests and then the committee recommendations in total. We are staying within budget with the 5.1 million in total as we consider all the categories. And I want to pause for questions before we move on to any next steps.
Why don't you go ahead and take us to the next steps? Let's go ahead and complete it, and then we'll go ahead and get comments and questions from the board. Okay.
Thank you. So really just to start with the middle bullet, I think our next step will be meeting with all of the organizations. We've already notified them of their awards and the specifics. And so now we need to work with them to finalize those contracts and IGAs. We think that should be a pretty smooth process, and we can start getting these dollars out the door by the first of the year, which is really great. But we will need to, we are asking rather for board approval to delegate authority then to sign those contracts and get them completed during December for the county manager's office based on the recommendations presented. And then we would love some feedback on then how often do you want to hear about the progress and outcomes? So we can work that into the contracts in terms of reporting. We absolutely have mandatory reporting we're going to be working in for treasury purposes. But how often does the board want to hear back, whether it's from us or maybe individual organizations? So if there's any input or feedback on that, we're happy to also work that into the process. So it doesn't have to end today. You can see how that 5.1 million is really going into the community and the progress that those dollars are making. And that's it.
All right. All right. Yeah, and I know that probably the board members are going to will have lots of comments and maybe some questions. I'm going to just say, just in terms of an overview on this, you know, the Board of Supervisors, when we agreed to set aside and thought it was in the best interest of our community to set aside $5 million for community services and community projects, it was really in recognition, as the county managers indicated, of the importance of nonprofits and the ability of our nonprofits here in Coconino County to be able to provide services and outreach that, quite frankly, we in the county do not have the capacity to do. And yet we understand the absolute needs that are out there in our community, and are so thankful for our community partners, our community nonprofits, in really working to help our community to really address these needs in some of the most vulnerable parts of Coconino County. So, you know, really that's why the board had intended to set aside this money, and did set aside this money. And I just want to thank the board for their leadership on this, but I also really want to thank the county staff for taking this directive, taking the bull by the horns, and really trying to utilize this money for the highest and best needs here in Coconino County, and to really serve the people and some of our most vulnerable residents here in Coconino County. So I really applaud the staff. I really applaud the committee, excellent committee, by the way. You know, that really did provide expertise in the various areas that the Board of Supervisors addressed as the highest areas of needs, and appreciate all of your time in going through these projects. Appreciate our community and our nonprofits for responding and putting themselves out there to meet the needs of our community. And, you know, just very impressed with the process, with the thoroughness of the evaluation, and with the recommendations. I mean, I think that certainly this is what I was certainly hoping for with these community funds. And I just, again, want to thank all that were involved, and certainly our community members. I think we are using this money for the highest and best use of serving all members of Coconino County. And I really want to thank you all. I know this has been a long process. We started this in the spring, and it's taken a little longer than we're hopeful it would, but we're now at the point where we're going to get these contracts in order. County manager is going to sign on behalf of the board just to speed it up, so we can get the money out there in the community where it really needs to go, and really help those that are in need. So great opportunity we had as a board to utilize some of this ARPA funds to address needs of the community that sometimes we as a county or as the Board of Supervisors don't have the capacity to be able to address. So thank you, job well done. And I know that we have others that we're going to talk about as we move forward, but job well done. And thank you so much for all of your very hard work. Really appreciate it. So those are my overall comments. As for your written progress reports, I'd love to hear from the rest of the board, but I'd say semi-annually is probably going to be what I would support. And I look forward to hopefully having them come and address the board, those that are going to have been recommended, and we will likely accept and approve the recommendation coming before us here today. I'd love them to come before us and let us know how they're going and how the money is being utilized. So I'd say probably semi-annually would work. So those are my comments. Supervisor Ryan, I say you've bubbled up.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, actually, you covered quite a bit, and so did Siri. And just to note, we did have a presentation on this, I think our last meeting or 2 meetings ago. So we went through a component of it. A question that I have, just double checking, and Siri, you covered it mostly, that you already had communicated with those with successful bids. Was it explained to those you weren't successful also, or what is the plan associated with that?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Supervisors. We did also notify the organizations that were not successful. They did receive the general letter that their proposal was not moving forward. And then we did receive follow-up questions from a few of them for feedback, which we were able to provide.
Okay, good. And wanted to make sure, that we attempted to do that. You explained that you were going to do that because it was something new for us. This is not money that's normally available. We know we have different needs, and as expressed by you, Madam Chair, as well as Steve, we understand the importance of our relationship with those that serve different segments of our populations, and how could we give consideration of providing this money through this federal money that came through. There's a lot of work that goes into this, a lot of staff time that was put into it. Not only that, because they're federal programs and there's an accountability component, it'll take a lot of time to keep track of these. It also was a factor in those that had ideas, but did they really have the capacity to be able to meet the federal guidelines? It changes the bar, so to speak, but we have an accountability piece. We certainly want to make sure that we cover associated with it. That's the process component, but those that it'll touch out there is so much more important. Noting on our page 15 of our report, the budgeting, you could see the 20 million of requests that we had just over 5 million to achieve. One piece we understand, our funding for behavioral health is so small in this state, and yet it affects so many different areas of our community. We, for all the funding beyond just this that goes out to the community, we knew there was a need to attempt to work in this way. The other piece that we had talked about in the past meeting was whenever possible, how this money is not going to be there as a reoccurring. What is the plan, and how do these organizations transition? Use it well, but might be an opportunity to continue to transition and work together. And those were pieces of the past discussion that we had presented to us, and obviously much more detail as it worked with the county itself. It's an RFP process, so another piece where we launched the process with criteria. We keep our fingers out of it until we have it presented. We had a presentation last week, and now we have this one. I compliment everybody attempting to cover as many areas as possible, as well as the county more broadly. And so we know there's not enough for everybody, but I appreciate the process, the recommendations. I will support this as we move forward towards, should we decide to move this forward today, I support that, that we do, but we'll wait to hear from other board members. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Siri and Kim and Kristen, and I start naming names and I'm going to forget a million people that have had put their fingers on this, but it's a lot of work, and I do acknowledge that. Thank you for that work.
You're muted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan and Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, great job, team, both county team and then also the community organizations that applied. Congratulations. I am also in support of the programming that has been decided to be recommended. I am excited to see the impacts on our community, and I also just wanted to let those folks that didn't get recommended that hopefully that the county is looking for other options, that just the programming that you presented to this ARPA funding just couldn't be completed as fast enough as these requirements require us to do. And so hopefully there are other avenues within the county or other grant possibilities to look for funding if you couldn't get funding this way. So again, I really appreciate everybody who applied and presented these programs to our community, and the ones that we are recommended currently. I do appreciate the work that they're doing and look forward to seeing them being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. As you can see, I'm on the lake right there, somewhere on the boat. So I'll get my camera repaired after this.
It's not cloudy where you are.
And it's not
really
cloudy. No waves. So I just we've had sessions on this and we had individual meetings on this proposed projects. And one of the other Supervisor Ryan has really covered and Chair already covered a lot, but one of the other things that we really wanted to see and what I see in these recommendations is that it's not something that's going to be an instant dollars that's going to be used instantly, and then we want a lasting positive impact on the communities, and that's what I see in these recommendations in all the categories, and that all is directed into our rural communities. So I really appreciate that, and even with working with the town of Fredonia and being able to do their water line with the ARFA dollars that they received and the other dollars, it just was not enough, and this actually helps them out. So I just really appreciate that, and just working with all the nonprofits within the county and sending this word out there and really focused on what is actually going to be on the ground and how is that program going to be carried out. That emphasis really was important, and you all were able to meet those requirements. So just want to thank you all, and I support the recommendations. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes.
one thing I forgot to comment on as the query, and I agree with you on the semi-annual report. It could be white paper format unless staff comes back or we have recommendations that make sense to have broader presentations associated with this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler, same thing as twice a year working for you for reporting back to us.
Yes.
And Vice Chair Vasquez, I got a thumbs up, so that's a good sign. So hopefully that's going to give you some information. So, and I think one thing, and you touched on it, Supervisor Ryan, and I think it's important just for the public to be aware. What we did as Board of Supervisors is, besides going out for a request for information to see what was available within our nonprofit partners, we went out for an RFP, and there was an independent committee that was set up with the criteria and evaluated each recommendation based on that criteria. The Board of Supervisors stayed out of this. We wanted to make sure that this was a open, transparent, fair process. And that the same criteria be used across the board for this. So that was done, and we so appreciate all of your hard work on that. And we wish we had more money. I wish we had the 20 million. We wish we could have accomplished it all, but it was a incredible gift and opportunity that we as the board and we in Coconino County had by putting some of these ARPA funds back in to the community to help address some of these needs that we don't usually get to address. So this is a good day. This is a very exciting day. And unless there are some other comments from board members, I would certainly entertain a motion should I read the whole thing now? Is that county manager? Do you want to read it?
So the motion, if I can say the motion, let me just find the correct word and just to make sure.
Would you like me to read it, Steve?
Sure. Yeah. Why, Sue, why don't you read this? We're having a hard time hearing you, county manager. I don't know what's going on there with your volume, but we hear Sue Brown just fine. So Sue.
Who would have thought? Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 20, the motion would be presentation, discussion, and possible action. So the motion is to approve funding recommendations and awarding RFP 2022-108 to Catholic Charities, Community Bridges, the Guidance Center, Northland Family Help Center, Town of Fredonia, Red Feather Development Group, Housing Solutions of Northern Arizona, Coconino Community College Small Business Development Center, Chicanas por la Causa in the business advisement proposal, Creative Flagstaff, Candlin, Coconino Community College Construction Maintenance Tech Program, Flagstaff Family Food Center, Chicanas por la Causa in the Parenting Resource Specialist area, DNA People's Legal Services, Moenkopi Senior Center, Arizona Helping Hands, Cancer Support Community of Northern Arizona, and Flagstaff Shelter Services related to the state and local fiscal recovery fund allocation under the American Rescue Plan Act for external subrecipient funding and delegating the county manager the authority to sign subrecipient contracts.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move to, I want to let Supervisor, Vice Chair.
Vice Chair Vasquez moves to
So
approve
moved.
that motion. Do I have a second?
I was waiting for Supervisor Fowler, but
I'm too busy in my boat here.
yeah. And we know you're not in the boat, but still, it looks nice. So
We have
I
a,
will second the motion. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan.
all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, it is unanimous. Congratulations and congratulations to Coconino County. This is just excellent. Really appreciate everybody's help.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board.
All right, so members of the board, it is now 11:40. Our next item of business is consideration of possible direction to pursue economic development grant opportunities and investments in FY23 that align with the Board of Supervisors economic assessment discussions and comprehensive plans. And we have 30 minutes for this, and then we'll take the break. Is that going to work, County Manager?
Yes, that'll be good, Madam Chair.
Very good. So let's go ahead and proceed, and I'm going to turn this over to you, County Manager.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, we have Chris Pastors, our Economic Development Manager for Coconino County. And he's going to be reporting back on visits that he had with each of you regarding economic development opportunities in the county as well as within each of your districts. And so at this point, I'm going to just turn it over to Madam Chair to Chris to report back to you on some of the information that he compiled with your visits. So, Chris.
All right, good to see you, Chris.
You're on.
For taking some time today. I just want to make sure that you're able to see the screen that I'm sharing.
We can.
Okay, lovely. So where we're going to go is we're going to go rather quickly, but we need to take a little step back in time first to give the context of where this economic assets discussion came from. So we performed a SWOT analysis as a group, but there's a reason we did this. And part of that reason is back when the budget was being set in FY23, the board decided to put aside around $350,000 to pursue innovation and different grant match opportunities. So that was a set aside of the FY23 budget. The county manager, the deputy county manager, and I have met individually with each of the board of supervisors to discuss where we should be investing in our economic well-being as a county. And this discussion was to talk about our economic assets. And when I say economic assets, we're talking about those things that can produce a return for individuals, for families, increase the well-being, or can mitigate risk for disaster, economic disaster. So when we're talking about assets, we're talking really about the county level. And the reason we use the SWOT analysis, which is the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, was so we could really narrow down and see what are those commonalities that we have and what are the things that come to the top when we think about our economy in Coconino. So what you're going to see in this presentation is the aggregated feedback from all of those discussions. So we're also going to take that feedback and overlay it with the economic development goals from the comprehensive plan, which is an important founding document that we use to guide our decisions. And then we wanted to move with a recommendation that the board would, give us the direction to pursue grant opportunities that are in line with the economic assets discussion that the board had, as well as the comprehensive plans goals for economic development. And then we'll have a time for supervisor discussion and questions. So going back in time, we spoke a little bit back in these are each of the supervisors. So you'll see your names there and the dates we got together. Thank you very much for spending that time to do the homework in advance. There was many questions. There was sometimes very in-depth conversations that happened at these meetings. But I just want to say thank you for spending that time in preparation, but also then voicing what your views are as far as the SWOT framework for our county. Now, this here is the aggregated word cloud for what we all talked about, what you all said when it comes to the strengths of Coconino County. And you'll see that the larger the word appears, the more times it was mentioned during all 5 of those discussions. And so you'll see automatically that things really start to rise up. So for example, environment pops up bold and center. That was mentioned by every single one of us as far as one of our, and when I say every one of us, every one of you supervisors, I was taking the notes, so I feel part of it. But as far as the big takeaways, right? And that's what we're trying to hone into here. When we're looking at the whole county, what are those areas that are going to be our greatest strengths, right? So this slide shows us what pops to the forefront with the strengths. When we're talking about weaknesses for our county with economic situation, and it's always been on everybody's mind, and it comes up in many conversations. These are some of the challenges that we face as a county, and I think that that's reflective across our entire county. But these were the areas that really rose to the top. It really looks like infrastructure, affordable housing, and then kind of diversification away from just tourism, but improving our economic base, as well as looking at what we're doing with land, water, and some of those other natural environmental resources. But those are the weaknesses. When we're talking about opportunities, and this is really where it got fun, is remote work, broadband, forest industry, transportation, housing. Everybody knows that these are some of the key cornerstones of economic development, but you can see what really started to come up in the around that. We see some of these this work that's being done in the forest industry is an economic opportunity. There's planning. There's a lot of partners that work with us in that planning, whether it be military or private. But when we look at it, really moving into the next economy does look at other things in addition to remote work, which was obviously the big one. So I think when we looked at the threats to our economy across the county, this is where things could get a little bit scary. But we've seen this, we've been living through this, and we've been mitigating it, and we've been doing great actions to mitigate that. Obviously, wildfire pipes up to the top as one of the major threats. We got flooding. We've got there's a increased cost of living is one of those challenges that we've seen that threatens our economic well-being for the residents of Coconino County. So that concludes all of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But I think that it's also helpful to look at it all together in a giant word cloud, because this is showing oftentimes something might have come up in a strength framework as well as a opportunity framework. But this is really showing, and it's a little bit different if you look at it. Transportation actually rises up. Wildfire takes a much bigger step to the forefront. Remote work steps down a little bit, but broadband and environment still continue to be major pieces, as well as our partnerships. And then you can see a little bit more about the energy, infrastructure, housing. But this was a great way to show what the conversations focused on during those 5 meetings, and really show the similarities of what the Board of Supervisors is seeing. So I think when we talk about those economic assets, it's important that we align these with the comprehensive plan goals. And I'm not going to read off all these comprehensive plan goals, but there's 4 of them for economic development that are part of our comprehensive plan. And each one of these it's imperative that if we pursue an economic opportunity, that has alignment here. And if it doesn't, well, I think we need to come back and rehash things out to make sure that it does align with our comprehensive plan. So when we look at the aggregated conversation about our economic assets, and that's on the left hand of the screen, we'll see that what those translate into is that the core concepts are best translated into that honeycomb shape. So we're looking at transportation, infrastructure, remote work, housing, industry diversification, partnerships, but also the middle being wildfire and the environment, right? So those 7 areas are what are best constitute an aggregated approach to where we should invest money when it comes to innovation or economic opportunity grant match. These 7 on the right-hand side are those areas that best serve the conversations that we had individually, as well as those aligning with the comprehensive plan. So I'm going to give you some examples of how those areas or those concepts of that honeycomb translate to how we've been investing that money in the past. So when we're looking at transportation, we Supervisor Matt Ryan knows very well about this, the rail access plan for industry at Camp Navajo. So that's underway with a completion this month, right? So that is a way that we could leverage dollars with federal dollars to expand opportunity and look at that transmodal transportation opportunity at Camp Navajo for industry. When we look at partnerships, just the other month, the board approved a investment in Econa's regional strategic plan, right? So that's a part where we put a set amount of money to a much larger group and are funding a regional strategic plan for Econa. When we're looking at wildfire and environment, right? How do we address that? The Forest Operators Training Program, which was underway, the board made a decision in 2019 to invest in this, and then also a commitment to invest into the second phase of the implementation phase. That's another example of how we can leverage county resources, county inputs into a concept of wildfire prevention or environment. There's also other links as well, but this is coming back to the words that we were all using. When we're looking at remote work or housing, another way in which the county has decided to invest is the creation of the Equitable Economic Recovery Dashboard. So that was a grant that was awarded to the county from NACO to develop a tool so we can actually get insight and see what kind of access are people getting to internet? How many people have subscriptions? What is the cost of renting in our county, amongst our county, within the census blocks in our county? What is the cost of homes? So that's another investment. And those are examples of projects that align with the economic assets discussion and with the comprehensive goals for economic development. So we're coming to a close here as far as the recommendation. You can see that there we're asking to get the board's support in pursuing these economic opportunities or innovation grant investment projects, which provide the greatest economic opportunity for residents. I think I heard Chair Horstman say this earlier. What is going to have the biggest impact? But also making sure that we pursue those that align with our comprehensive plan's economic development goals. So that is the quick presentation. I'm going to turn it over to the board for any questions, comments, discussion, or other comments.
Thank you, Chris. Any comments, questions from members of the board?
Just
Brian.
yeah, quickly. Thanks, Chris. Good job on this. You know, pieces to think about now that we get the report back, you know, it's then looking for that right place. So that last piece, that last slide that you had in there is the alignment with other plans, which is really good. How do you take it into action? Look for opportunity associated with that. And you know, where can it hit the ground at certain points? So we want to keep that in the back of our mind. Neat thing is we have our comprehensive plan after this, and it would be good to look for alignment and or gaps associated with it, so that we have that opportunity for additional action points that, you know, maybe it's not stated here, but or in the other one, but we can, you know, bring it out further. And so there are my quick observations associated with that. Yeah, I'll keep it at that. We're short on time, and that's good. Thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan. Other comments, questions? I will go ahead then just real quick. And by the way, Chris, thank you for this. You know, I love the word salad. And I'm not sure exactly how that all worked out, but I've always liked that process, and it does kind of bring forward many different comments and opinions from a wide variety of your interviews to really to hone in on what we were all saying. So that was very interesting. Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. And I, you know, ditto the comments that were made by Matt. You know, obviously, I think that this is important as we look forward to, as we move forward with our comprehensive plan. And certainly, you know, I'll speak for myself. I think it is important to pursue our grant opportunities that are available. Obviously, there are matching funds involved. So you're right, we got to prioritize because we don't have endless funds. And I like what you're saying in terms of making those align with the county's economic development priorities. But obviously, it's also going to matter what those matching funds are as we go forward, just like what we were just talking about with flood control district. It's great, but you know, we need to make sure we've got the funds available to match some of these grants that may be available to us. So, and I'm not sure really, except for getting our response, if you needed anything further or wanted anything further on this, Chris, or just wanted to hear from us.
The county manager and I thank you. We wanted to make sure that you were aware of us listening to your feedback and where we would like to continue to work. And we just want to make sure that you're aware of all of that.
Okay, thanks. So it's informational, and hopefully our feedback is important for you too. So yeah, thanks. And we look forward, you know, let us know what's available out there. I'd be interested in knowing what grants we could pursue that would meet our priorities, and you know what it would cost us in terms of matching funds. So I'd say go get them if you can. So and Vice Chair Vasquez, I see you bubbled up.
Yes, thank you. No, thank you, Chris, for the presentation. Appreciate the way I realized, you know, we must have been all over the place in some ways, and those word graphs really helped hone in on the commonalities. And so I appreciate being able to visualize that and give us a guide moving forward on what kind of programming we need to be looking for. So thank you.
All right. Any other comments?
Do we get the vote again and just make our bubble a little bigger, you know, on that? No.
Or
I'm-
shrink the other bubble.
Yeah, I was baiting both you and Geronimo actually on that one, so. All right.
So, Madam Chair,
Yeah, Supervisor Fowler.
thank you. And I just really appreciate this presentation, really looking at our whole county and seeing what opportunities there are. Really seeing, like when you see your district, you know what's going on, and then being able to bring that out to the whole county. This is really important. I think that I like to see, I guess I'm going to make one of your slides into a poster because I want to see it and be able to see where we are. I think that's really important. Just the possibilities that are there and how there's a lot of little things to make that possibility happen. And I believe each of us are working on those possibilities to be able to get there. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And thanks, Chris. Manager, is there anything else on this item that you'd like to bring forward?
Madam Chair, no, it was again, credit to Chris for having the conversations with each of you. As you've all indicated, it's a very large county to try to ascertain the needs of all. And so with your information and your input at the district level, as well as at the elective county level, we'll proceed in seeking out opportunities that focus on economic development, innovation and opportunities, and working with partners to do good things. Thank you.
And since it was 4 months ago, it's really good we had the word salad, so we can kind of remember what we said. So thanks, Chris. So, all right. Well, that is, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, County Manager, we are now at a point in our agenda where we are going to take a lunch break.
That is correct, Madam Chair. We will be returning at 1:15, and the item there will be presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding the update on the comprehensive plan implementation report. Community development. So 1:15 is your slated return time.
Thanks, County Manager. All right, we will take a lunch break. See you soon.
Your voice is coming from the one. No, it's been like this before. It was like this last time.
Well, right now.
Steve, you're not muted. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Hey, Lindsay. Patrice, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Steve. Hear you just fine.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Steve, will you do one more mic check for me, please?
Yep, can you hear me now?
It's still not right, though. Okay, thanks.
Still not right? If I get closer to the mic?
It's better, but
You know,
it's,
Sue, it's almost like what was going on with Supervisor Begay's.
I know I tried that fix and it wasn't right. So we've got a couple minutes. We're gonna try IT. So,
Okay.
thank you.
You aren't Mickey Mouse. It's just a very soft,
Okay,
but it's better than it was this morning.
okay, thanks. I can also just be real close to me.
It's not coming from the right side.
Well, hello, Madam Chair. You all have to put up with my beautiful face.
Well, we're happy to see you, Supervisor Fowler. And now we know you're off the boat.
Now I'm off the boat on the shore.
The main webcam.
So our IT department is amazing. So they're able to help me.
I'm glad you got yourself back up and running. So, yes. So who took the photos? Did you do those, Lena? Oh, you're on mute. Yeah.
Some I have. So yeah, they're you know, when we're out in our district, you know, we're always taking photos. Like this one is at Antelope Point. And this is the drive to the Vermilion Cliffs.
That drive
Where's
looks familiar.
I look like I'm sitting in the clouds there.
Or
So,
Lena,
yeah.
or sitting in the road.
Yeah. And then of course with the wave.
Yeah.
And then this one is home. I was
Oh,
herding sheep when I took this photo.
that's great.
Yeah.
Well, the photo behind me is actually from my home.
Yeah, that one you have a nice sight from your house.
When we had snow, I hope we get snow again.
Hey, Lindsay,
Oh,
can you hear me
I
now?
hope so.
I can hear you, Steve. Sounds good.
Oh, you turned it down.
I had my volume down. Am I coming across better?
Yes.
Okay.
Is
You
it,
are, yes.
he's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Are you talking about sound-wise or
My
another
sound.
way?
No,
Yeah.
no. Leave it.
Coming across better?
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
I'm not going to change anything if it's working. Yep. Bye.
Thanks, bye.
Thanks, Supervisor Ryan.
Okay, sorry.
That's
You're so welcome.
There's always someone in the group, as they say.
Yeah, just go with the
Hey,
flow.
hey, county gang, it's so great to be back.
And what did we have for lunch?
I had a cup of coffee. Yeah.
We got sloppy joes over here, homemade sloppy joes.
And I ate my salad.
Boring.
So Lynn is no longer she's appearing visually nowadays. Huh?
She's back with us.
Supervisor Fowler has docked and she is now on dry land.
All right.
Geronimo with that nice thick shirt on, sitting up in what is that, Treadline Prairie? Ready to chop wood, it looks like, you know.
He's not
He's
paying
our lumberjack.
any attention.
Oh, I didn't say anything, did I, about Geronimo?
We'll tell him what you said later, Matt. Okay, well, I think we're ready. Are we ready? County manager, everybody here that we need? It
Yep.
looks like the board's all back.
Everybody's here.
And Supervisor Begay is on travel in Las Vegas for county business. And so it's the four of us, Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Fowler, Vice Chair Vasquez, and myself. And we're back for afternoon agenda items. And the next item is presentation, discussion, and possible direction regarding an update on the comprehensive plan implementation report. And I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We have staff from community development today, and I've asked Sandy Bertelson to tee this one up for the afternoon. So Andy, turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Chair Horseman, members of the board. I'm happy to introduce Melissa Shaw, a planner with our community development department, who will be talking about our comprehensive plan implementation report. Also with her is Jess McNeely, our assistant community development director. And they have a presentation prepared for you today. So I will not take any more of your time, and we are ready to get the afternoon session for this meeting started.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
look, it's a thick packet, so we better get started. Hi, Melissa.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Thank you for making time for this. We will try to make this as concise as possible. So we'll summarize the large packet that you got. So this is our 2022 implementation report, and we'll just jump right in. I need to share my screen first. There we go. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Great. So as you know, the current comprehensive plan was adopted in 2015. And I just want to go over a few details about it. It is an award-winning, it's a conservation-based plan that provides a roadmap to the county's vision for the future. It has a 20-year planning horizon with goals and policies, and these goals and policies are used by the Planning Commission and by the Board of Supervisors to guide land use decisions that direct growth. And as you know, this plan is required by state statutes to be updated every 10 years. It also provides a reference for community programs and public and private sector initiatives. So it has a lot of information in it. And just again, it's essential in guiding land use decisions made by the Planning and Zoning Commission and by the Board of Supervisors. The other interesting thing about this plan, it has a 24 action item implementation plan that really cuts across all county departments and actually through other agencies. And so these action items help to guide our work plan and our budget. This next slide just is an image that that really describes how the plan is laid out. It has 11 chapters in it, a total of 66 goals and 386 policies. And then, as I mentioned, 24 action items. And you can see this graphic shows that land use and growth really is the heart of the plan, but all of these other topics or chapters that surround it feed into making a plan that promotes the vision for the county's future. So these are all actually quite important but separate, yet interrelated chapters of the plan. And so just to talk a little bit about how we look at implementing the plan. It is implemented not just by goals and policies, but by the zoning ordinance, and then also by the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Commission as you're reviewing projects and making decisions and evaluating projects against goals and policies. We also just wanted to take this opportunity to remind any supervisors there are several vacancies on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And if you have any appointees, please contact Jay Crystalman with those names so we can get those on the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is getting fairly slim in their membership. So that would be helpful.
Melissa, sorry to interrupt, but just
yes,
since you brought that up, that is by district, correct?
Yes.
And so it would be good for those districts that don't have full P and Z if you could, or Jess or Melissa, if you could just get a note out to us so we can take a look at that.
Can I weigh in a little bit too?
Sure.
Yeah, actually, Melissa, could you just speak to the importance of the quorum and the challenges associated with that and why we need these commissioners?
Thank you. I'll be happy to. And I know Jess may wish to chime in. Our Planning Commission, each supervisor district has 2 appointments on the Planning Commission. Right now, we have, I believe, we have 6 appointees. So we are at quorum. And with that, if any of the commissioners are absent a meeting, then we don't have a quorum and can't function. The Planning Commission then cannot convene a public hearing, which, as you know, occur every month. And we have full schedules generally. So it's a very important appointment to the commissions. And Jess, rather, did you have anything to add to that? I think we've got some names.
Just this in recent, we did unfortunately lose one of our planning and zoning commissioners, as the board members know, when Don Walters passed away. And we have several seats that have been open for some time. But in recent history, Planning and Zoning Commission had to cancel their public hearing because there was not a quorum. And that really log jams up the process in working with the community to get decisions made on important planning and zoning items. But thanks.
And I'll probably add to that. So some of the commissioners are trying to take vacation and they can't even go away because of the meeting time. You know, they're on volunteer time to help us out. So if we could get those vacancies filled, it would really help them, you know, what's going on. Thank you.
It would be great to get a letter to probably the full board with the vacancies so that we all see it, because we might be able to help our colleagues and getting some appropriate people for those districts. I think my district's filled, and I actually have other people in my district that would love to be on P and Z, but I think mine is filled. But we might be able to help those that are having some difficulties getting P and Z members. So let us know, get us that. We'll try to do what we can to help you out.
Will do.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's a very important conversation. Thank you for allowing a few moments on that sidebar. So this comprehensive plan implementation, we've come to the board 3 different times prior to this, 2017, 18, and 2020. We skipped last year. So this is the 4th implementation report since the plan was adopted, and it will be the last before we begin updating the plan on the next round of revisions. So in the past, what we've done is we've reached out to a lot of different departments and gotten information from them regarding their accomplishments and initiatives that have worked to help implement the comprehensive plan. We focus on goals and policies and details. So we've taken a little bit of a different approach this year, and we're going to show you details on how the 24 action item implementation plan has been working. And then the report that follows is actually organized by chapter. And we'll talk a little bit differently about what some of the departments are doing and how they could potentially be, that information could potentially be used to create metrics. But we'll get into that in a little bit. So here are the departments that are participating this year: community development, economic development, flood control district, forest restoration initiative, health and human services, information technology and GIS, parks and recreation, public works, and the sheriff's department. So the 24 action item implementation plan has 24 items. 4 of those are major items that have been completed. 13 of those are ongoing items or are underway currently, and 7 are to be completed, although we've looked at those again, and actually a couple of those are underway. So we have a little bit of an update to that for you. Looking in some detail about what has been completed from the implementation plan. The first item was updating the zoning ordinance. And if you remember, in 2019, we conducted a major update to the zoning ordinance to achieve a lot of different goals in the plan, including being more efficient, adding some more flexibility to the zoning ordinance. And that was done in 2019. That same year, then, we also updated the subdivision ordinance, and that further implemented the goals and policies of the plan by including features such as the integrated conservation design option for subdivisions, as well as several other factors that went into creating that new ordinance in 2019. I'm not exactly sure what year. I believe in 2017, there was a staff position created to ensure implementation of the plan. That would be the position I'm currently in. And then in actually item number 24 was to develop a utility scale energy ordinance. And as you know, we adopted that renewable energy ordinance this year into the zoning ordinance. Just to talk a little bit about the to be completed action items. One of those would be to develop new area plans for basically the I-40 corridor. So that is something that we have not looked at, and maybe something to think about whether or not that's wanting to be carried over for the next update. Another action item is to develop and coordinate an invasive weed management program. And in re-looking at this, we actually do this on a fairly regular basis with the Planning Commission when they're looking at projects that have landscape plans, and we're making sure that weed mitigation and management is part of that. So that is being touched on to some degree. To complement that, there was an action item to develop a cooperative position as a plant community liaison. That's something else to think about going into the future. Another action item was directing us to define and identify essential community gateways. And that's something we've not embarked on, although with the renewable energy ordinance, we've started to look at different terms that could potentially be used to identify scenic corridors, which then lead into community gateways. And then there's another item to create a resource information system that is publicly available as a one-stop shop. And there wasn't a lot of detail on what that should be, but we know that there are a lot of initiatives underway at the department level to provide publicly facing resource information. So we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into the details of the individual department initiatives. A couple more items to be completed. One suggests the use of tools such as easements, transfer of development rights, and purchasing development rights to preserve open and working lands such as ranches, and then to complement that, to develop a TDR ordinance or a transfer of development rights ordinance for the county. These are both items to consider going into the future, because there may not necessarily be a market for transfer of development rights, although this is something we need to look into. We do know that ranches are utilizing renewable energy projects to supplement their income, and that is one way where ranches are actually able to preserve working ranches in open space. So this is something to look at for the next plan update. So these are the action items that have not been completed or are just somewhat getting worse. Work is just beginning to get started on these. As I mentioned, there are actually 13 of the action items that are ongoing. And I wanted to just touch on a few of those because one of those is to continually review and update area plans. And as you know, we have 9 area plans. In 2019, we finished the update to the Belmont area plan. And right now, in fact, you will have a hearing on the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan next week. So we're hoping that that area plan is updated very soon. So that's a continuous update. So that will never be checkmarked as being complete, but we'll have to continue to keep eyes on that as an ongoing work item. Another action item that we've started to work on was this idea of working with different land managers, tribal entities, and others to prevent fragmentation of wildlife movement areas and look at cumulative impacts. That's actually something, an action item that starting with the Planning Commission, they looked at when we created the renewable energy ordinance. And there's some language now in the zoning code that discusses cumulative impact. So that's something that we started with that project, and it could be looked at, I'm sure, for on a larger scale to be applicable to other projects going forward. And then just we wanted to highlight another implementation action item, number 10, and they're not in numerical order, but just in terms of talking about them, I think it was also important to note that that plan was not prioritized, but in terms of getting the work done, we did strategically look at what needed to be done based on need, and that's why we've chosen to work on the implementation action items in the order that we have. But the last item that I wanted to talk about, and this is what the rest of the presentation will focus on, is identifying comprehensive policies that would be strengthened by the inclusion of metrics. So a lot of departments in working with us on this report, they do have metrics, and they do look at their successes in terms of measurable ideas. So this is something that we can talk about, and it was very interesting to us as staff to see how departments across the county are actually already doing some of this work. So with that, I'll just go right into this discussion on metrics. So metrics are data, they're numbers and statistics that actually then are tied to a goal that indicates how a community is progressing into the future, how a community is meeting our values. So when we think about our comprehensive plan and how we're measuring progress, it's becoming clear that even though maybe we haven't organized it completely, a lot of departments are working on measuring data that can then point to our moving the needle forward, if you will, to meet the goals of the comprehensive plan. So with that, the rest of the presentation is organized by the chapters of the comprehensive plan. And I won't go through each one of these graphs on the right, but what this tells you is that for sustainability and resilience, there's actually one goal, but 17 policies in that chapter. So each of these headings will have a graphic in there that will tell you how many goals and how many policies support those goals. But for sustainability and resilience, you can see that the Forest Restoration Initiative, as well as community development divisions, are all working toward this aspect of the plan. And it was interesting, forest restoration, they are in their work to restore forests. Part of what they're doing is preventing wildfires, which we know wildfires contribute heavily to carbon emissions. So by reducing the risks for wildfires, they are also working to reduce carbon emissions in our community. The Community Development Sustainable Building Program, as you know, they work tirelessly all year to certify buildings that have been either built, constructed, or renovated with sustainable building materials and methods. So they are also contributing to emissions, but they're also contributing to affordable housing in that they put together a pilot program for affordable on-site wastewater. And I'm just going to give some highlights about what all the departments are doing. And there was a whole nother document that went with this that gave you the complete report from every department. So that was something that was really informative to us as community development staff, but it also may be informative to all of you to see all of the amazing work that the departments are really putting together that meet the goals and policies of plan. A few other things about sustainability. Our Community Development Engineering Division works with the Watershed Alliance of the Rio de Flag as a stakeholder, and they're actively working to find ways to protect the Rio de Flag. They're also continuously implementing the county's floodplain regulations ordinance. So these all contribute to sustainability and resilience that help to make the plan work. The next topic or the next chapter is natural environment, and you can see it's got the different goals and policies. And then our Forest Restoration Initiative and Flood Control District, they are working together to, again, restore acres that create resilient landscapes. But they've also developed or are developing the Coconino County Community Wildfire Defense Program that will help to protect the natural environment. And they're using what's called an air curtain burner when they burn green waste. And that also, they use that when they're thinning projects, and it also helps to reduce carbon emissions. The Community Development Engineering Department, they are protecting soil resources. They're improving soil conservation practices, and they protect water quality while reviewing building permits, septic permits. And our engineering department is also implementing, again, the FEMA special flood hazard regulations. So you can see there's a lot of interrelationship between how our departments work while protecting the natural environment. And then finally, Parks and Recreation, they have a long list of projects that are working to achieve the natural environment goals. A couple of the highlights: the Herrenberg Wash Wetland Enhancement Project restored the riparian environment. It revegetated the channel. They're treating invasive weeds, and they're doing ongoing monitoring of that. You probably remember the former Miller property conservation easement. That was 80 acres of forest and open land that is protected from development by a conservation easement. So these are just a sampling of some of the initiatives going on. And at the bottom, we started to talk about some potential data metrics that could be indicators for moving forward, such as thinking about the number of acres of forest restored and treated, and possibly the number of acres of land that are protected under conservation easements. For water resources, then again, our Forest Restoration Initiative and Flood Control District are working together. They've got partnerships where they work with other agencies. As you know, multiple agencies respond to wildfires and deal with post-wildfire flooding. The Bill Williams Mountain and the Reppy Project near Mormon Lake and Lake Mary will help to protect those critical watersheds from catastrophic wildfires. Our Parks and Recreation Herrenberg Wash Wetland Enhancement Project, again, another water resource enhancement project. And then a couple of additional highlights from community development. The building division approved what's called a hydroloop system, which is a system that can treat gray water for in-home use. And our sustainable building program developed in 2021 a user guide for potable rainwater harvesting. So again, this is just a sampling of some of the initiatives that are going on. For land use and growth, there are actually 12 indicator goals and 66 policies. So this is the biggest chapter in our plan. We are working with information technology and GIS. They kind of help us run here. They, as you know, maintain all the mapping, all the data that we use to analyze our plans. So they are doing a lot to work with us and pretty much run us, keep us going behind the scenes. So we wanted to make sure that we acknowledge how hard they work to keep us all the information that we provide back to you accurate. Our community development, planning and zoning department, we worked on the utility scale renewable energy ordinance. When we updated the zoning ordinance, one of the things was to allow mixed use and activity centers. You may remember that. So the zoning ordinance actually was revised so that mixed use development can now be approved in our activity centers in our area plans. And our engineering department, as you know, continuously implements the floodplain regulations ordinance, which they just updated this year as well. And then the Sustainable Building Program proposed an affordable on-site wastewater system for the Grand Canyon Junction area. So these are all contributing to affordable options for living in the county. Our forest restoration initiative is contributing to land use and growth. They're working with public land managers to implement forest treatments. And as we know, those protect water resources and watersheds. And they're also working with economic development and working with forest industry partners to help them find properly zoned land where the forest industry can actually land and expand and operate. So that's the two departments working together, Forest Restoration Initiative working with economic development. And then again, our Parks and Recreation Department, another project that they've worked on is they've acquired 6 acres at Pump House, near Pump House Wash to protect those wetlands from development. So that's another project that Parks and Recreation is doing this time to support land use in our county. And then Public Works, as you know, their capital improvement program and facilities improvements, they conduct those, update those programs annually, and those directly support land use in terms of keeping our transportation systems running. And they also regularly review our traffic studies when we have projects come in to make sure that any needed improvements are implemented from new development proposals. And so just some ideas. This is certainly nothing that is been set in stone, but some ideas of potential data indicators that could be used to measure our progress toward achieving our land use goals. We'll be looking at how many affordable housing units are created, possibly, and maybe looking at how many acres of ranchland and open space is conserved going into the future. So community character has quite a few goals and policies, and you can see it includes topics such as scenic view sheds, dark skies, natural quiet, tribal lands and interests, and community design. Our economic development department is working on this because they're also providing business resources to commercial development interests, and that all leads to jobs. And any new development then has to abide by if there are design review overlay districts, and new development would be designed to those standards, which are in area plans that have adopted those standards. And so community development planning and zoning, when there's an area plan and a project with design review overlay and a project comes in, that's a commercial project or an industrial project, we'll review that against those standards to make sure community character is followed. And then our Public Works Department has contributed to dark skies by replacing 23 old light fixtures with LED roadway lighting that will actually replace the old low pressure sodium lights. So you can see how different departments are contributing to community character. Data metrics and indicators, there are some ideas yet to be developed in terms of what we might look at into the future. The economic development chapter, there are a lot of different departments that are working on this, and we will, including Forest Restoration Initiative, they are supportive of an NAU Forest Operation Training Center, where they're training individuals to actually operate forest equipment. They're also working with the Flood Control District to employ engineers, hydrologists, heavy machine operators, et cetera. Other high-paying wages, other high-paying positions are those positions are being employed by flood control and forest restoration combined. Forest Restoration is also working with economic development, and they have worked together to conduct a rail access plan for industries at Camp Navajo, which is a strategic rail study for the Camp Navajo and other areas that would identify rail infrastructure that would benefit the forest industry. They've also worked with our GIS department and developing a forestry parcel use mapping overlay, looking at compatible zoning with forest industry, again, to help them identify where are appropriate parcels for that development. And then they have worked on a forestry biomass resolution that helps to support the forest industry and increase the pace of the forest treatment practices in the county. And then finally, Economic Development Department. They have a lot of initiatives going on. One of the ones that I wanted to highlight is, and this is something that you may have seen, but they received a grant through NACO to help put together this economic recovery dashboard. I don't believe this is available yet, but this dashboard will look at indicators such as poverty level, housing price, low income jobs lost, broadband access, and these other indicators to measure the county's economic recovery, mainly after the pandemic, but also going forward, how the county is doing. So this was something that we learned about for this update, and those metrics that from the economic recovery dashboard could certainly provide some insight in the county's economic status. There are quite a few initiatives going on in terms of implementing our parks, open space, trails, and recreation goals and policies. And of course, Parks and Recreation, we've talked about quite a few of their ongoing programs, but a few more would be, as you know, they're recently finishing up the Fort Tuthill Land Management Plan. They have a Rec on Wheels programs where they deliver recreation opportunities to county residents where they are. Again, just to talk about the Miller property conservation easement and the 6-acre pump house wash acquisition, some actual actively conserving sensitive areas with those programs. And then there are trails improvements. They've developed the 5 miles of Soldiers Trail, and then the O'Neill Springs Trail will formalize a social trail that's adjacent to sensitive lands at Pump House Wash. So just a sampling of what's going on in our Parks and Recreation Department. And then GIS has been working with Parks and Recreation in developing their master plan by developing the detailed spatial data that they needed to complete that plan. Forest restoration, again, we've talked about the work that they're doing to protect environmentally sensitive areas and habitat from wildfire and post-wildfire flooding. And then Public Works coordinates with the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation to maintain school bus routes on the Navajo Nation. So they are working to keep our options open for people that live on the Navajo Nation. And then just again, to think about some potential metrics moving forward. Miles of trails created or improved is certainly an indicator that the community may want to start to measure, as well as, again, we've talked about number of acres under conservation easement. Community services, quite a few departments are working to implement the goals and policies here, and including our IT and GIS department. They are working, as you know, on the countywide broadband initiative. They're compiling data and they're mapping existing communication resources, the educational facilities, and ultimately looking at the underserved areas. So that's a community service that would benefit our rural areas that need that type of service. Public Works Department, they are working on, they operate the green waste collection at Willard Springs, and that helps to support not only Firewise, but also waste management services, which is part of our community needs. Parks and Recreation, they have another project going on where they're bringing, it's called the Campground Sewer Project, which will bring the sewer utility to the border of Fort Tuthill County Park Campground. The Forest Restoration and Flood Control District, again, they're using the air curtain burner to assist in removing slash from forest restoration projects, and that helps to reduce the amount of particulate emitted by burning. And then they're also working with the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership to develop a website that allows people to have a one-stop shop when there's a wildfire in their area. Very important community service that way. And as you may know, Health and Human Services, they have a number of initiatives going on. They have developed a strategic plan, and they are building on they build 5 focus areas that build on their community needs assessment, their community health assessment, and the community health improvement plan. And the graphic up in the upper right shows you their 6 priority areas that has a lot of overlap with the comprehensive plan: transportation, housing, behavioral health, childcare, food security, and income. So that there's potential metrics that could be pulled from those priority areas that can inform how community services in terms of health impacts are being measured going forward. And then we can also, again, another community service to prevent wildfires and then consequently flooding, could be looking at how many acres of forest are restored and treated. Public safety is being worked on by a number of departments, not just the Sheriff's Department. As we talked about, Public Works, they prepare for flood control and response. And they did a lot of work in going out and doing repair work, but also offering sandbags and really supporting the communities during the time of when there was flooding, and working with the flood control district. They, as you know, are developing models looking at short and long-term flood impacts and flood mitigation. So the modeling is an important aspect of preparing for public safety. Our GIS department is supporting all aspects of emergency response and recovery. So, everything from 911 support and mapping to helping the flood control district with understanding where the floods are occurring and the impacts from there. The Forest Restoration Initiative, we've talked a lot about what they're doing. They are working, another program that they've started is working with the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership to promote Firewise and fire adapted communities as a countywide program. And they're doing hazardous waste vegetation removal within the WUI itself, which can also serve to reduce the impacts of wildfires. Parks and Recreation opened Fort Tuthill County Park and also Peaksview County Park during the flood events to stage not only sandbag distribution, but they also housed animals that needed some refuge from the flooding issues. So it was really a countywide effort in terms of providing public safety during those events. And of course, our Sheriff's Office and Health and Human Services, they've worked together. The image on the bottom right is Sheriff Driscoll at the opening of the Pathways program, which is a grant that the Sheriff's Office and Health and Human Services received, as you know, to assist that people that are coming out of jail with some programming to help them transition back into the community, and with the idea to prevent recidivism. And Sheriff's Office, they've got a long list of the projects that they and their ongoing services. As you know, they respond to over 61,000 calls for service every year. And so they are kind of on the front line of providing public safety. They are also working across agencies to provide multi-agency response to rural areas through a bunch of community programs, including neighborhood watch meetings, community emergency response teams. They provide a lot of information to communities about how, being aware of theft awareness, school safety, and how to avoid identity theft. And they do a lot of education and outreach with all of their programming. And they also promote preparedness training for staff and volunteers. So that's just a sampling of some of the programs that they are using to implement these goals and policies. And then there are a lot of metrics that could be considered. Again, you'll see this number crosses many of the different topics that we've talked about. Looking at how many acres of forest that is treated and hazardous vegetation removed could be one of the main public safety indicators that we look at going forward. And we're almost wrapping up here. The next to last topic is circulation. And circulation is, we think, of course, of Public Works when we think about the roads that are maintained. And they maintain and they actually build new roads within the county. And They have a full range of road maintenance services, including coordinating with the Navajo Nation Division of Transportation in maintaining the BIA school bus routes on the Navajo Nation. So just a sampling of what they've done this year is they've graded over 1,900 miles of gravel roadway outside of the Navajo Nation, just within the county. They've resurfaced over 58 miles of gravel roadways within the county. And they've graded over 2,000 miles of school bus routes on the Navajo Nation. So they've also maintained striping and signage, and they've done a lot. There are a lot of different projects that we could talk about that, in terms of their daily operations, support the circulation chapter of our comprehensive plan. They've also worked on a strategic plan that has these different priority areas of focus that can potentially provide us with some information for how to measure progress going forward. That would not just be miles of roads paved, for example. And I just want to also mention our GIS department. They are supporting our department, community development, when we update area plans, because they will go in and actually look at the transportation system within a specific area and update all of that during our area plan renewal. So they're doing a lot of work to support that. And then finally, the last element, or the last chapter in our comprehensive plan, relates to energy. And as you know, our sustainable building program, they are working all the time on their over 200, they've certified over 200 buildings in the program, and the energy efficiency is one of the main reasons for certifying a building in that program. Our public works department has installed recently 2 EV charging stations, one at the administration building and the other at the law enforcement administrative facility. And both of those locations can charge 4 vehicles at a time. They're also supporting the renewable energy projects by looking at the development plans and going out there and helping us during construction, for instance, of the Chevelon Butte wind farm. They've taken a look at some of the impacts out there and help us figure out the traffic impacts. The sheriff's office is regularly looking at ways to implement efficiency and conservation systems over at that complex. There's a solar panel covered parking system. They've got reclaimed water going into landscape, and they recycle batteries. So again, that's just a sampling of some of the things that the sheriff's office is doing. Our forest restoration initiative and economic development, they're supporting the use of biomass for energy production. We don't have a biomass program in the county, or a biomass plant in the county yet, but I know that they are working to try to support that industry coming here. Our GIS department, they have compiled for us, and they continue to compile for us, information about all of our utility scale renewable energy projects into a single database. So it's available to us to look at and to really use in analyzing future projects. And then our engineering division here in community development is looking at the wind and solar resources by reviewing all of the plans as they relate to grading and natural resources. And so one potential way to measure our progress toward achieving our energy goals is to looking at potentially reducing carbon emissions. So that was a lot, but those are some of the highlights of what is occurring across the county by way of actually working to implement the comprehensive plan goals and policies. And just to give you a quick, before we go into questions, just a quick outline on how we will start updating our comprehensive plan. Starting with this report to you, we did bring this to the Planning Commission last week so that they are also familiar with the current status of the plan. We are planning to hold a scoping workshop in January to look at our current plan and to look at expectations and potential bookends for what the next update might look at. We plan to bring those results back to you in March with a proposed schedule, process, and a proposed draft public participation plan. All of that, looking at a target adoption date of 2025 for updating the comprehensive plan. So with that, we can just take any comments or questions, or Jess, if you have anything that you want to add, feel free. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa, and appreciate all those details about what the larger county organization beyond our department, the community development department, what actions have been taken to implement the comprehensive plan, and really the point of this implementation report is to look at where we've been, how the last comprehensive plan has worked for the county, how implementing that plan has worked towards the community's goals and the community's values, achieving the community's vision. And that helps us looking where we've been, what we've accomplished, helps guide us going into the future as we do this update. The required 10-year, the state statute required 10-year update of the comprehensive plan. What are now the new issues that were not around or being experienced at the time of the last comprehensive plan update? What are the new issues? What does the community want and need? And where do we want to go with this next comprehensive plan update? We really see there's been some rich tradition within the county, having a vision of conservation, conserving the beautiful resources we have around us. That's been a consistent theme for many years within the county's plans. We would surely anticipate that vision will stay consistent, generally consistent. But with the public participation plan that we'll be bringing to you in the spring, we'll be outlining for your input and approval how we will go back out to the community, to the public, to get that input on what is their vision for the future, and how can we update the county's plan to achieve that vision. So that's all I've got, but certainly would entertain questions and input on this implementation report and how we move forward. Next action being this scoping workshop, how we move forward on updating doing the 10-year update to the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Well, there's a reason that they call it a comprehensive plan. So I have to say, Melissa and Jess, thank you. And Supervisor Ryan, I know, has got some comments. I'll wait on mine. So Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and Jess and Melissa and a million other people that you guys have been talking to within. I like this, and I've been, just kind of pondering. Times are shifting. We have different pressures that are going on, and noting your points you just made, Jess, new challenges and yet a rich tradition. The environment is a strong element within the value components, but another piece that we have there. I'm glad you walked through the departments, because one thing I was thinking of, just independent of this, is sometimes we become balkanized. Everybody's fulfilling their mission. But if one of the hot topics right now is, and one thing that I think you need to better define as you explore this is the housing element. We say affordable housing. Once you do that, we have this, okay, here's the greater housing component, and our need is almost 50%. And yet our affordable housing is down around a couple percent. And so the workforce housing challenge is much broader right now. And that crosses over into a lot of what HHS is doing with their strategic plan, their needs assessment, their CHAOS, their CHIPS, and then do other rhyming acronyms that can go along with it. But what I'm getting to is I think we're crossing a threshold where we need to more strongly link what you've started to do here, is putting together the crossover with the different departments. And not just that, it's how do you make it dynamic, that it's live. If we come up with a plan, how do we come up? And if we're bringing other departments in, not create a higher level of workload, and it will add pieces, but look for efficiencies on how we can go through different reviews associated with it. Another piece that I wandered through is, okay, but the comp plan, boy, this is a great opportunity, and I'm nudging the other board members. You want to take action, you want to affect where we're going, what we want to do. We're at one of those critical junctures. The comp plan is a big element of it. And I'm not saying that we get away from our traditional methodology. We have, certain statutory ways we review land planning opportunities. We have to fulfill those. But do we have a chance to, pause long enough, look at what we're trying to do, and build a more comprehensive, interactive piece together? What we've been doing, with best practices, going out and seeing which other counties are doing and how to do it. We've seen a little bit of conflict in some of our more recent applications. As we've started to update the zoning ordinances, and we got that done, but we were coming back to the comp plan. We were fitting it in for the new updates, but we have a little bit of the older pieces of, I sound like a broken record, but I'll use the meadow element because it's an easy one that we've been through recently. Comp plan, reading it from the beginning, all the idea of if we're going to use the elements associated with subdivisions coming in, how do you protect that meadow but build a subdivision? And not to the point that we're compromising the meadow, but not to the point that we can't build either. Because if we get to a static condition that we can't build, we're not going to deal with our housing element and what we need to do with that. So the circulation element with public works, that's an element that needs to continually be built in, associated. I'm going to be randomly hitting pieces because we don't have much time, and there are a lot of good pieces that we have an opportunity to pause and take a look at. But you get into the land use and growth and or the economic development piece, and I'm glad you have the I-40 corridor, east and west, in there, because it begs for, what do we use as a tool that we know that we're going to have our next requests come in for, and how do we build in a way of acceptable uses there, which could be economic, it's usually interchange based economic development elements there, and yet how does it align not just with the comp plan and community engagement, which we need associated with them, otherwise we're static, but acceptance with the community and protecting the environment, but allowing for these new uses or new areas. And it made me wonder, do we build in the concept of a review associated with activity zones? We have the area plans, which they sort of are. We have the RPAs, the rural planning areas, which started to take a look at a reduced version, but looking at the ranch-based economics, transition, and community. That's where most of our private land is. And that matches up to the Forest Service, or not Forest Service, the forest industry component of, if we don't allow for the forest, locations for the mitigation, the forest restoration to occur in our rural areas, we start to create a haul component associated with it. The moving mill concept, how do you get the mills out there, address what the needs are, but have a way to allow for them to occur in the rural areas where that industry is needed. And it's not just those guys that we have. Broadband, two other pieces that are going to play into this. We got a transition, we got broadband, so we're starting to expand it so that it can help our rural areas. We have a workforce that's becoming more home-based and tying that one together. We have the short-term rental element that's played into that. So we're going to get more and more push in our rural areas for a crossover of philosophies that I don't think we fully wrestled through yet. And so the chance with a comprehensive plan to take a look at these different elements and test them with our community. How do we address them? What's acceptable? What's not acceptable? Associated with that is important. And we're going to have another topic or two. I know I'm taking a lot, but and you guys will get it. We're going to have plenty of time, but we need to make sure we pause and do a good comprehensive plan. Resource elements. I was looking at the Parks and Rec piece, and it's good, and they are doing different pieces. But when we put together the first comprehensive plan, or our award-winning ones associated with resources, and/or the spinoff for when we first did the regional plan that led to our comp plan that was built in that way, the regional plan associated with the Flagstaff County elements. Some of the resource value components that we had was, is it protecting a wetland? Is it protecting a cultural resource? Is it protecting a view shed? And they are potential metrics that are built back into the comp plan, as well as the Parks and Rec elements associated with it. The economic piece, it could go a little bit more broad than the forest pieces, but you have samplings in there that are there. The housing elements seem to be, it's going to have to be many different layers, and how do we line it up through a plan, as well as working with the change in the dynamics of our communities and our society for what they have become with the pressures of short-term rentals, no longer having the ability to have workforce housing, and then where do you build them in? I think of, just a sample of, are there zones out there like these lands that keep getting recycled through our auction process that maybe they're recaptured and redesigned and an affordable housing element, but that means more transportation, and how do you build into it? For transportation, we need impact fee discussion. We need the circulation element. We need a multimodal element that's built into that. And so I've only just begun, but I want to let up and give a chance for our other board members. I see this as, I know you have a calendar that you're trying to line up, but let's take a look at how this, how our paradigm has shifted. And I think you're on the right track of showing the metric components, the outreach to the different departments, but pausing a little bit further on some of our key questions that we have with these bigger pieces as well. Okay, I'm not really done, but I'm done for now, Madam Chair, to give you guys a chance. Okay.
Well, I thought it was comprehensive when we were talking about the comprehensive plan. Now, after hearing from you, boy, I'm exhausted. It certainly is a huge project. Supervisor Ryan, you bring up some good points. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, I'd like to thank the community development team for putting together this presentation, and it's very comprehensive, and I thought an area plan was involved. This is even, this is multiplying area plans by, it's like an area plan squared. But I did appreciate seeing how the different departments are contributing to the sustainability of our county and how we're going about with some of these policies. And I just look forward to seeing this continue to develop as we go forward. I remember when it was first initially shared with us a little over a year ago, thinking about what this was going to look like, and now seeing it's like, wow, it was quite an ordeal and quite an adventure putting it together. And so I look forward to seeing how it develops moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler? I'll go ahead and I'll go, there she is.
Well, here we go again with a comprehensive plan. This is such an important document. We really need to really look at every aspect of it. I know we did a lot the last time we updated and we just really worked on it. But I know it needs a lot more work. And I find it interesting how you broke it into departments and how they are contributing to the ideas that are in there. I think that is just a beginning. And then our county is so vast and so very different from one end to the other, and just the rural communities that we have. We need to really be, we need to carefully read it again, and I just want to just see how there's so much, like Supervisor Ryan did a comprehensive kind of overview, but there are real details inside there that I believe need to be revised, some parts of it. And that's what we're going into right now. This document is used by other agencies. So our comprehensive plan is our paves the way for our activities at the county and our relationship with other agencies as well. So I want to really look at it, and I want to really to read more and start pencil putting some notes into it. And it's just that time of year again. And I always find that it's a little frustrating process. I know that you all will be doing that, but on our end, I think I find it pretty interesting how when the communities come and they put their input in there, and the values, the community values is what is really important to be there. So our community meetings are going to be very important. So that's all I'll say right now. But it's just really important process, and we need to really pay attention to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And just a couple comments to add to it. And I think Supervisor Ryan probably gave the most complete overview, but I will just say that this is my first comprehensive plan review. And so I appreciate the Melissa and Jess, your putting it out by departments or by areas, sustainability, resiliency, water resources, and then really breaking it down. That helps me. So thank you. That's going to be helpful for me as I move forward in working with you. I know this is one of many discussions as we move forward, and I agree with some of what Supervisor Ryan had to say with regards to, we need to also kind of take a look outside the box, not just keep going and doing it the same way it's always being done, because there are unique challenges that we're now dealing with that may not and likely were not present during the last comprehensive plan. We have a tremendous challenge with forest restoration. We have a tremendous challenge with regards to flood mitigation and some of the destructions that destructive forces the floods have caused in many of our neighborhoods. We've got ongoing concerns with regards to short-term rental. Affordable housing remains a top issue in workforce housing. The challenges that NAH and moving NAH is going to cause here in our community, and reestablishing in another community off of Milton and I-17. We have tremendous transportation issues and transportation challenges that are going to need to also be looked at and addressed. And you're right. I mean, we need to basically look at new uses and new areas for development and how we still are able to have planned development as well as maintain our, quite frankly, our high values for open spaces and our high values for conservation and preservation. So, I know that this is one of many meetings we're going to have going forward. And I want to tell you, I really appreciate Jess and Melissa, how you laid this out. This is making it more understandable and a little bit clearer for me on how we move forward. And I really do appreciate that. I also think it's important that we take a look at and update the area plans. There's a lot of our area plans, as we know from looking at them, that are really out of date. And that all plays in. I know it's all part of the process, but it does what Supervisor Fowler was indicating. It allows us to kind of break it down by community areas and get the input from the local people, which in the local communities, and what's important to them and what do they see in their future. And so I think that's also going to be important moving forward. So, wow, thank you. I appreciate it. So Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and I, Justin and Melissa probably will want to respond, or Andy or any of these guys. But the one piece, and this is one, and I turn to Andy and Steve, is this, we are at a critical stage as we are shifting in terms of our pressures on our communities and what we need to address associated with it. We always wrestle with staffing and what we need to do. It is an area that, I think it's important that this is an area to consider, that we staff up appropriately, as we progress through it, and what we need to do associated with that. I think, Jess and Melissa, they're going to the right places. They definitely have, they have good stuff going here. But, it's like the area plan piece that, Chair Horseman was just talking about. I think that's the first time I called you Chair Horseman in a long time there, Patrice. But the area plan process, we're so dated out that we're not, we have to get through the comp plan before we really get to them. And yet we need to get to them because we have all these pressures. And if we broaden the area or the comprehensive plan and how we unify it with other areas, it begs for that additional attention. And that's, I'll pipe down.
Yeah, Supervisor Ryan, this is Andy. I can jump in. I think from a staffing perspective, we utilize the comprehensive plan to think about staffing throughout the county, whether it's public works services or sheriff's office services. And in some cases, as Chair Horseman had noted, short-term rentals, code enforcement. And we know as we kind of shift and we see a changing dynamic in our community, how are we shifting staffing to meet that demand? I think if we look at staffing throughout the county, we can note that we haven't added a lot of staffing throughout the years that we've gone over this comprehensive plan, but maybe we've shifted in terms of what's been important to our communities or the demands placed upon us from a planning perspective. And talking about this with the area plans, we're super fortunate to have Melissa in the position of planner, and now Jess is back with us as our deputy director. That said, there's a lot of area plan demand right now, and so we can look at that contract service, and I think we have utilized and we can continue to use some contract service, but we still need to manage that contract service, and that falls on Jess to be able to do that. And so if we want to accelerate our area plans, staffing is probably something that we would need to look at that planner level. And that's a discussion that we could have during the budget process or before if we chose.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
And I will say in regards to the area plan that we need to include Tuba City in that. Tuba City we need to, we're within a community and we hardly coordinate our activities with the community that it's impacting. So we need to make sure that we have an area plan. I've been asking that for years now. And I want to add that to the list. And I think it's really important that when we talk about communities, let's talk about our communities that are adjoining the county lands and making sure that the community is planning together.
Any other comments, members of the board? All right, well, Melissa and Jess, we know this is just day one of many days and many hours as we move forward on this. And thank you very much for your thorough work on this, and look forward to working with you as we move forward. Really appreciate it. Are you wanting anything more from us or any directives from us, or is this informational, County Manager?
Information at this time, Madam Chair. Will be coming back with follow-up items. And again, it's a process that's going to take some time, but it's good time invested for a good product. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Melissa and Jess. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right.
good to see you guys.
You too. Thank you. And thank you to the departments and all their hard work. They did put a lot of effort into their reporting. So want to make sure that we acknowledge them. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And Jess and Melissa, we look forward to seeing you. I think it's next Tuesday, the 13th, to talk about one of our area plans, Stony Park, Timberline, Fernwood. And so this will be a good example of the work that they're doing to forge forward with area planning efforts.
Absolutely.
See you next week. Thank you.
All right, so moving on, we are now going on roundtable items. Discussion and update regarding state and federal legislative or administrative matters. This is for County Manager.
And Gregory is here to provide an update on a lot of things that are happening relative to both processes at the state and at the federal level. So between Andy and Gregory, they're going to be tag teaming to provide an update.
Well, speaking of forging forward, Gregory Nelson is here. Stands ready to forge forward and has done an excellent job of tracking our legislative priorities with our board members, and then activities at all levels, state, federal, and the groups that we involve ourselves with, whether it be National Association of Counties or County Supervisors Association. So Gregory, forge away.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, County Manager Peru, Chair Horstman, members of the board. Just wanted to provide a couple of updates. Bob and Anna are working with Senator Kelly's office and the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee to include the Sunset Crater bill language in the omnibus lands package. They understand it will be included. However, it appears unlikely that package may make it across the finish line before the end of the Congress. That's tentatively set to end on the 21st. Bob and Anna noted that Republicans in the House have voted against banning earmarks in the upcoming Congress, but that Congressman-elect Eli Crane will not request them. So our new congressman will not be requesting them, as he is fiscally conservative and will be placing an emphasis on reducing the debt and the deficit. On some notes in terms of what's moving this week, the Respect for Marriage Act passed the Senate, and it could be passed by the House this week. Kirsten Sinema and her colleague, North Carolina Republican Senator Tom Tillis, have outlined a path to the legalization of over 2 million Dreamers brought to the U.S. as children. And the deal would pump an additional $25 billion into the Federal Border Patrol and Border Security. This is one of two immigration reform proposals currently making its way through Washington. Another is led by Senator Michael Bennet of Colorado and Senator Mike Crapo of Idaho, which focuses on citizenship for illegal immigrant farm workers. And so we'll be monitoring those two pieces of legislation as they move forward. In terms of the House, they've elected new Democratic leadership, Hakeem Jeffries from New York, with Speaker Pelosi and her leadership team stepping down from those leadership positions in the 118th Congress to welcome a new generation. There is tussle in the House with the Republican caucus, with Representative McCarthy in the forefront, but members threatening to deny the votes he needs to lead. And so that we'll be watching that as we navigate the incoming Congress. And then just a note from NACO, I recently attended the NACO Board of Directors meeting with Supervisor Fowler, and certainly don't want to steal any of her thunder. We had a wonderful time there. But the Supreme Court will begin hearing oral arguments on Moore versus Harper, which is a landmark case examining whether state legislators have exclusive power to set rules regarding federal elections. And so if the court adopts a ruling favorable to this argument, also known as the independent state legislature theory, local governments will face significant obstacles in fulfilling our responsibility to administer free and fair elections. And so we're monitoring that. NACO has filed an amicus brief, and oral arguments will be starting tomorrow. In terms of the interim policy resolution process, thank you, Chair Horstman, for sharing that critical update from your public lands meeting yesterday. The portal opens on December 9th and closes on January 11th. The intent is to bring a discussion to the board on the December 20th to button down what we may want to submit. At this point, I'm aware of 3 possible ideas. One on immigration. We'll be doing some more research, and I've reached out to NACO staff to set up a staff meeting to discuss where the immigration reform task force is. The other is in terms of the Colorado River watershed drought and mitigation funding for that. And then the third and final piece is the Small Business Administration services at tribal community colleges that we discussed during your legislative agenda development last month. And so those are 3 that I'm aware of. I'm also curious, based on today, if any other of your colleagues and board members have other input and would like to submit. Remember, these interim policy resolutions they go to NACO, and they serve as a bridge between the adoption of the American County Government Platform, which occurs at the annual meeting in July, we recently introduced resolutions and they were approved back this summer. This interim piece is if there's new developments that arise that need the attention of the association as they move into January. And so we would have to consider reintroducing everything again in the annual conference. But the interim piece allows us to provide input during this interim period. On the state side, the House has announced committee leadership appointments, and the Senate has announced full committee memberships. I sent out an email yesterday outlining those 2 emails. As note, David Livingston will be chairman of the House Appropriations Committee. He's from LD 28 in Sun City West, and Lake Pleasant. And then Representative Cook will be chairman of the Transportation Committee, and he represents our southern communities in the county. And his vice chair, give me 1 second, will be Liz Harris from Chandler and West Gilbert. So that's really what I wanted to cover with you today. I know there's quite a lot. I'll let Supervisor Fowler fill in some more details from NACO. but certainly happy to also provide more information if needed. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and County Manager, for your time.
Thank you. I know that on the federal side here, it's all coming to an end here quickly. So I know between probably now and sometime around December 20th, it's just going to be mad rush to the end, as they say. So the Respect for Marriage, I think they're looking at Thursday, aren't they, for that to go to the president's desk?
I believe that's the intent, but you know, and with all things, well, we never know until it's done, but we'll be monitoring that and sending out updates, of course, and also tracking the emergency supplemental and the omnibus appropriations bill as we move forward up to that 20th deadline, so that we're aware of, you know, how our flood mitigation asks are being treated by the current Congress, and then hopefully enacted by the administration. And I know Bob and Anna are real keyed in on that, and we're working in lockstep with them, and we'll make sure that as information becomes available, we're making sure that you're up to date.
And of course, the earmarks for this year, we should be hearing from on those as well. We have, of course, a couple that are going to be near and dear to Coconino County's heart. So hopefully we'll be hearing on that in the next couple of weeks as well. Is that right, Gregory?
Yes, so we're watching 3 earmarks: $1 million for digital transformation, another $1 million for the Northern Arizona Tribal Services Center, and then $3.5 million for water and sewer upgrades at Fort Tuthill. And we're hoping that those will be included in the appropriations bill that make it across the finish line. And indications are looking good at this point. Things can change, but we're certainly hopeful, and we'll continue to provide updates.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments, members of the board? If not, then let's go ahead and move on for consideration and possible action to approve the 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting schedule and annual meeting notice, and authorize the clerk of the board to make edits or changes as required by scheduling conflict or modifications to the meeting schedules as necessary throughout the year. Additional meetings will be posted separately by the clerk of the board in accordance with the open meeting law. Members of the board, this is item number 24 in your packets. We should probably take a look at this, and I'll turn this over to the county manager to present on this.
Actually, it'll go to Lindsay Daly. Clerk of the board will be presenting this item. Lindsay.
Thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair Horseman. If you don't mind, I'm just going to pop my screen up really quick so you can see. It is in your packets. But I just wanted to take a moment, and I appreciate the time. The annual notice posting is just statutorily, we are required to post an annual notice on our posting sites, and actually just state where our posting sites are, which is the website, our agenda center on the website, as well as the physical location of this building downstairs in the front window, which is accessible 24 hours a day. But I also wanted to note too, so this is what I really care about the board taking action on today, so that we can go ahead and get this posted. And it just identifies for the public when the board regularly meets. So in it, we have that the board's regular meetings will be the first Tuesday of the month at 10 a.m., the second Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m., and then the fourth Tuesday of the month at 10 a.m. So we wouldn't have a board meeting that third Tuesday of the month. That wouldn't be considered a regular meeting, or a fifth Tuesday of the month if there is a fifth Tuesday of the month. Of course, things happen, we know that. And so if there is a meeting that needs to be held, we would just call it a special session meeting. So that's what this identifies. It's for the public to get an idea of when our board meetings, our regular board meetings will occur. But more importantly, I wanted to go over the planning calendar for the year, just to point out where I know there's going to be a conflict with those regular meetings. So for example, in February, we have our first Tuesday of the month, the 7th, but I know some supervisors may be traveling that day. So if we need to start earlier than 10, or if we shouldn't have a meeting because folks are on planes, then we can start talking about where to swap days that may work better for the board. Same thing, we would normally have, for example, February 14th, our evening meeting for community development hearings. But because the NACO legislative conference is going on in February, that runs through the 14th. So we may have supervisors that are not here for that meeting. So we don't have one scheduled there knowing that the conference is going on. So if we want to swap a different day, or if we need, and I'll just point out, these red days are holidays. So we have it so that board meetings are not occurring on the Tuesday after a Monday holiday. But if there's circumstances where we do need to fill in a day there because of conferences that the board is attending, then we can talk about where we may want to do that. The other thing I noticed too is in March, the spring break week actually falls on the second week of March, not the third week this year. So that's a little unusual in that it kind of coordinated well with the board not having a board meeting on that third week in March, but this year it falls on the second week. So we've plugged in the evening meeting for the community development hearings on the 21st for March, just assuming that's where it would land. But if we need to talk about where it may fit better, we can certainly do that. The only other odd kind of scenarios are, of course, May is our budget meeting, but board budget meetings. And so we usually do that the first 2 weeks of May, but we're talking about if we need that third week, there's the WIR NACO conference, the 17th through the 19th. So assuming some travel may be occurring before that or right after that. Just wanted to point that out. And there's a key at the bottom of this page in your packet that kind of explains what the different colors are. I will note we plugged in the CSA Legislative Summit that first week of October, but that has not been identified by CSA yet. We do not have dates. We've just kind of plugged it in as to what they've historically done, although it is falling a little earlier, it seems like, than it normally does over the last 2 years. So we've plugged it in here, knowing that we may need to adjust as we get closer to that month. And we also plugged in the month of July when the board takes a break. So that orange is usually when the board takes a break from having board meetings. So we've plugged that in as well. And then this yellow is the June 27th. It's a board meeting, but it's also, we usually do an evening meeting that last Tuesday of the month to adopt the budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So we've got that plugged in there as well. And as a note too, so for January, we have scheduled our first meeting in January, the 10th. This would normally be an evening meeting. We have it starting a little bit earlier for a swearing in ceremony, which would be a quorum posting for 3 o'clock. And then a special session at 4 for a budget discussion, and then a break, and then going to our regular meeting. We do not have a meeting scheduled the 17th. Again, that's the third week of the month. We have a meeting scheduled for the 24th. Now, if we need to schedule a meeting for the 31st because of what February is looking like, we can certainly do that and plug something in for the 31st. But just wanted to point that out to the board that this February month is where it gets a little bit where we may need to swap days if things need to be addressed by the board.
And Lindsay, as we know, you're on top of it. We so appreciate that and appreciate you bringing this to our attention now. But some of us are also sit on some boards and commissions that are not as on top of it as you are. I know I don't have all the dates for the WIR business meetings, for example. And I know there's probably every supervisor has at least 1 or 2 board or commission that they're also knowing that has not been set for this next year. So, and I know we've kind of rolled with the punches as we've moved forward. How much in the weeds do you want us to get on this calendar now? You want us to address at least January and February now? I mean, or are you just presenting this as an overview? What would you like from us?
Thank you, Chair Horstman, for that question. I guess just for January and February, if we can get an idea if supervisors are traveling on the 7th, and if this is not a possibility of having a meeting this day, or the 14th for that matter too. I'm assuming supervisors will be at the NACO DC legislative conference with some Hill visits. So I'm not sure. I just want to make sure if we punch in the 7th to happen, if we will have a quorum for that day. I don't want to start punching in the discussion items, because that's where we get departments that are requesting board time. So if I need to remove this off of here for now and not plug anything in, I certainly can. That's pretty much it. This is the only one that concerns me, is the February one. We currently don't have an evening meeting for CD hearings scheduled. So that's another thing, is if we need to plug in a time, you know, if we do need an evening meeting the 21st for any CD hearings, and I can reach out to Jay and see if he anticipates that we'll have any CD hearings that are needed.
Well, and as for February, as we all know, NACO is in February, and Gregory has ordered us to be in Washington, D.C. No later than February 8th. There is a morning flight from Phoenix to DC, a through flight at 9:46, getting into DC at 3:56, which would probably require, for those of us that are going to be doing that flight, which my guess is many of us will, that we'll have to leave for Phoenix at least in the afternoon of the 7th. And we could have a board meeting if it works. I'm just throwing this out, and then I'd like to hear from the other supervisors. I will be leaving on the 8th, and I will be in that morning flight on the 8th. But we'll be driving to Phoenix probably the afternoon of the 7th. And so we could, if it works, but I want to hear from others, we could have a meeting on the 7th starting at 9 till 12, for example, and have a short meeting. So that's an option. But if others who have farther distance to travel than just from Flagstaff, if that's not going to work, then we should probably hear from others. So I'm going to start with you, Vice Chair. What are your schedules? What's your thoughts for February? Vice Chair.
Sorry, had myself muted. Is it in terms of meeting on the 7th for a meeting and traveling on the 8th? Is that what you're asking about?
Yes. When are you going to be going down? I mean, yes, that's what we're asking. Are you going down to Phoenix the afternoon of the 7th? Are you traveling on the 8th? What would work for you? We're just taking a poll right now.
Hold on, let me check. The 7th, 8th. Right now, I don't have my plans finalized, so I'm open either way, and I don't even think. Yeah, I'm open either way at this time.
So if we wanted to have a meeting from 7 to 12 on the 7th, at this point, you could probably make that happen.
Yes.
Okay. At District 3. Man?
Yeah, let's see. That's all that information. See if I can find. So I have Jen checking in. She was scheduling my flights, and I'm not seeing it on my calendar. So she's trying to dig it up, but she's kind of going between here and City Hall right now. Just a thought associated with that. If we do get backed up, we do have that Monday available. I mean, it's not typical Tuesday, but it builds in a buffer there. I suspect my flights are set up. Of course, I always get myself in trouble when I do this. Obviously, I don't do my scheduling here. I suspect my flight is set up the same time as yours there, Madam Chair, but I got to get a confirmation on that.
That's really, there's a late after.
I fly out on February 9th at some time. I don't know.
No, February 8th. February 8th, we hope. Gregory said we have to be there on the 8th.
That's great. That's okay. Yeah.
All right. So if so I guess my question is, do you want us to schedule the meeting on, we're taking a poll. You want us to schedule the meeting on Monday, or how about if we did a 9 to 12 on the 7th?
Madam Chair, I can do that. I drive to Phoenix on the 7th as well and fly out on the 8th. I follow.
Would you do a 9 to 12 on the 7th, or would Monday be better, Lena?
Probably either days.
All right.
I was just looking at that. Monday is good for me as well.
Okay, Matt, do you have a preference? We're trying to help Lindsay.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at that. We'll get into it. Looks like I'm scheduled on the 9th to fly out, but part of it is, which group gets targeted for which visit on Capitol Hill. We don't all have to be there. It's the focus of the appropriate supervisor. That we have a contingent that can cover is good, in case somebody doesn't make it one time or gets messed up or whatever. And that's kind of more of a Gregory conversation. 6 works really good for everybody. 7th, I'm good for now. I might have to play around with my flights a little bit, depending on the information. Thanks.
Yeah, the 6th works for me. Does it work for you, Geronimo? And it works for Lena. So does it work for you if we did this on Monday the 6th? Just switched our board meeting to a Monday? You're on mute, sorry.
What time on Monday?
Well, we could do it anytime we wanted.
I'm open.
Okay, all right, good. And Gregory, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, ma'am.
You can talk to Supervisor Ryan after this meeting.
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to let Supervisor Ryan know he is scheduled on the 8th, and I have confirmation from his assistant. I have the email for the logistics. We're putting together a comprehensive schedule.
Oh, okay. I was texting her and she was trying to get into her computer. She gave me the 9th, but you have the confirmed information. Great. Thanks, Greg.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right.
Matt, that takes all of us to take care of you.
It takes a village, or many villages in his case.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, well, why don't we just do it on Monday? And those that need to leave a little earlier to get down to Phoenix. So let's look at Monday. And I know that that would normally have been an evening meeting. I'm going to propose we do an afternoon meeting instead, and try to keep it somewhat light, although we'll see what the schedule looks like. And we can do a 1 o'clock meeting and go till 5, or if we need more time, we'll just do a start at 10 o'clock. How's that? Does that help you, Lindsay?
That helps very much. Thank you, Chair Horstman. I really appreciate it. And that's all I have for today. I just wanted to get that one figured out as we're plugging stuff in.
All right. And do we need to take action today on just approving the meeting schedule and annual notices?
If the only thing I really feel like I need action on is the approval of the annual notice. So the verbiage that talks about the board's regular meetings being on those first, second, and fourth Tuesdays, and where we post our meeting agendas and meeting notices, which is the website and the downstairs window, then we can go ahead and get that posted on our website.
We have a recommendation from the clerk, and whatever the clerk or Gregory tells us to do, I try to do. Matt, you have a question first.
Yeah, I know we adjust them, but with the modifications, how do we? Can you remind us of how that's noticed when we modify, Lindsay?
Sure. So the annual meeting notice that you would be approving today and taking action on talks about in it the fact that obviously things come up, and it actually gives me the ability to schedule special session meetings as needed, cancel regular meetings as needed. So as long as we're doing those postings 24 hours before the scheduled special session, then we're covered by open meeting law.
I think, Madam Chair, that we've had the best explanation of our annual calendar provided today. And I would move that we approve the recommendations as outlined here by our clerk.
Very good. And just for confirmation, that will be that we will have our regular meetings on the first Tuesday at 10, second Tuesday at 6, third Tuesday we're off, fourth Tuesday at 10, of course, subject to changes as we know, but this would be the regular schedule, and that we will continue to post as we have in the past, both on our website and down here at the Board of Supervisors building down in the front of the building. Is that correct, Lindsay?
That's correct, Chair Horstman.
Do you need anything else in that motion?
No, I don't.
All right, do we have a motion from Supervisor Ryan? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Thank
you. Unanimous, and we have made a change from which we did not need to take action on, but we have notified our clerk that we will not have a meeting on February 7th. Instead, it'll be at 6 o'clock, and depending on what the agenda looks like, it'll start at either 10 or at 12. Is that okay for everyone? Thank you. Thanks. All right, members of the board, we are proceeding. We have discussion and update from our county manager regarding community, regional, and/or administrative matters. So, county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a few items to note back to you. On a positive note, we are in the midst of our United Way campaign, and we are going to be ending our campaign on December 15th. And so today, myself, Sue, Lucinda, and Andy produced a quick video presentation that we're going to be sending to departments regarding the United Way campaign. We have, we've always had a long-term relationship with United Way on a number of different fronts, and United Way has been instrumental back to us in providing volunteer management assistance during our fires and our floods this year. So we are actually putting that out tomorrow and encouraging county employees to participate. Same time, we want to do not forget the Board of Supervisors to encourage you all to participate as well. What we'll do is we're going to resend, or we'll make sure that you all, each of your district directors, have a pledge form that you can if you wish to participate. We do have a friendly competition going on with the city of Flagstaff. And so it's really based on the percent of participation, not the amount. And again, we're making it fun. We want to make sure that Supervisor Ryan does not lose the bet again and have to embarrass himself in front of the city employees again. So
I thought the management was the.
It is, but I'm actually going to see if I can amend this challenge. Anyway, we're going to have a lot of fun. But again, it's a good cause, and all the good work that United Way does is really important to us all. So that's happening as we speak. And then also another thing that's happening as we speak is the recount is in process by our election staff, and they've received the instructions from the Secretary of State's office, and the recount is going to be proceeding for the next 10 days. We anticipate this week, entire full week, and then next week as well, and really want to credit the elections team for all the work that they've done regarding elections. And so really that's in progress now. Other things that are happening, the next Friday, emergency management is having a tabletop exercise with several departments within Coconino County Emergency Management, our office, the Sheriff's Office, Public Works, and this is an annual or biannual, if you will, discussion with our tribal partners on emergency management during winter weather events. And you'll recall the snowstorms that we had back in 2010, 2011 that really tested all of our skills and our relationships. And so Supervisor Fowler, along with Forest Service personnel and others, are putting this tabletop together. So that's happening next Friday. And then the following day on the 17th, the Navajo Nation Western Agency is going to be in Flagstaff for their winter meeting, and it's being held at CCC. And I think Supervisor Fowler may want to comment on either one of those events. Supervisor?
Thank you, Steve. We have a winter events and that happen throughout our county, and we have many jurisdictions and pathway of information that happens during these events. And our emergency responders, they all respond and they back each other up. And so it's really important to know who's who for one. And then the other is just to be able to make sure that you're all working together as efficiently as you can. So that's the reason why we're having this emergency responders Northern Arizona network that we're going to be putting together again. And I want to thank Steve and Andy and Sue and our sheriff and our economic, our emergency managers and all the others that have been, that have planned this out. And it's, I know it's going to be a really good event. Again, there's a lot of excitement for it. And then the second one is the Western Navajo Agency Council is meeting. And as you all know, this was started years ago with Jeff, our then, sheriff.
Joe
who,
Richards.
Joe Richards he started he called it the Flagstaff chapter. And so this is the Flagstaff chapter meeting, and we host it every year. The sheriff and the county supervisors and the departments and the county managers, they all get involved. And we have this a Christmas type event that happens. And so I want to thank Sheriff Richards. Our sheriff, Jim Driscoll and his team for really planning everything out and and then our departments all being involved in this. And so we provide the snacks, the lunch, everything, and then everyone comes and they get a chance to, after the meeting, to go shopping and then go home. So I want to again thank everyone for creating and making sure that this meeting goes really well. So I want to thank Nicole. Nicole has been on the phone making sure that every little thing is checked off. So, and her and Sue have been sharing and looking at the list twice and maybe 3 times. So I just want to thank everyone for that, and invite you to the meeting. It's at the Coconino Community College on Lone Tree, and it's just our annual event that we do.
Thank you. And actually, I think it's the 44th or 48th annual Flagstaff chapter meeting, and this was again created that many years ago by Sheriff Richards. So
great partnership.
It's really good. So, and then Sue and the staff, thanks for pitching in to get this, make this a successful event. A couple of other items. So the Page Justice of the Peace application process is in place. The letters of interest are due by December 9th. And then next week on the 14th, there will be an interview team that will be working on that important assignment. So that's the Page Justice of the Peace process. We sent out just last night an employee engagement survey that's going, of course, countywide to all of our employees. Helps us measure engagement in a number of different areas, from compensation to workplace to benefits to supervision and support out of my office and of course under your leadership as well. And so that's currently in process by getting important feedback from our employees. And then we will be following that up in January. We're going to be returning to what I participated in when I was here before, town hall events during the month of January for us and my team to get out of this office and get out into the community and get out into the departments. And so we'll be participating in employee town halls. We will ask a member of the board to participate in each of those town halls. We do not want to have a quorum because that kicks in a lot of other things, but we will be working with your schedules to identify one member of the board to participate in the town halls as well. And so that's going to happen during the month of January. We've just sent out a holiday letter under your signatures and provides the opportunity for employees to take an additional day of leave during the holidays to appreciate their efforts and for them to get caught up in probably some last minute shopping. And so we're really happy that that letter is out and that communication is happening at this point in time. And so I think those are the highlights. Sue Brown, is there anything else?
You knew I popped up. Thank you,
I
County
knew.
Manager Peru. There are two other things I don't believe that you mentioned. Each of you board members may have noted that you were invited to an elected and leadership team meeting on December 13th at 8:30. Steve, I'm sorry, you didn't mention that, did you?
No.
So we ask you to join us there. We're going to just do a little bit of celebration of the holiday and a bit of an end of the year wrap up for that. That is here at the admin building, and you each received a separate invitation. Chair, you are muted. That's December 13th at 8:30 in the morning.
Okay. And we'll go through your district directors to confirm that.
And then,
Yeah, I was going to ask you to do that because you could see, if I handle my calendar, I get in trouble here.
You bet.
And you said we got some invites. Was that just a calendar invite or was that?
It was an Outlook invite. Yes, it was a forward of the elected and leadership team meeting.
All right. I don't think I've seen it, but maybe Cindy has. So.
And then the second thing is sorry,
Sue, I have not received it either.
Okay, we will resend and also we'll make sure that your DD
Calendar invite is really good. It just goes right into the calendar. All right, thanks.
You bet. We'll get that on there again. And then there is another one for the 19th, and that is a celebration for the holidays here in our building. So, and that one is, I believe, at, do you remember, Erica, what time that one is? I believe that one's around noon, and we'll make sure you have that one on your calendars as well. That one's for the 19th.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Sue. Andy, anything else from the manager's office?
No, thank you, Steve. Did we cover the light parades coming up this weekend?
Please do.
Yeah, so we're excited to be participating in all the parades this year. So Flagstaff is it's tomorrow, and then I think we have Tuba City next Friday night, the 16th. And so we participated in Williams as well. Thank you to emergency management. And so really spreading the light this holiday season, which is what Coconino County is best at doing. So thank you.
Thank you. And then finally, Lucinda, anything else to report out of the Deputy County Manager's offices? She may be on something else. Okay, well, we'll come back to her if she does. There she is.
Oh, I'm here. Sorry.
Anything else to report out of from DCM world?
No, I think that I really appreciated the director's approval of the grants earlier today, and there'll be one more coming next week for what hazard mitigation grant program. It's a post-fire grant, and so we actually have a competitive advantage for that because we sustained a fire within our county last summer. So you'll see that it's a smaller, much smaller grant, but still, obviously, everything adds up, and that's key. So again, thank you for your support.
Great, thanks, Lucinda. Madam Chair, that's all of the news. That's any news out of our office. So back to you.
Yeah, it's busy, isn't it? Between now and the end of the year, this calendar is getting filled up. So that's great, and I love all the holiday celebrations and the celebrating with the county and the additional break day for our wonderful and loyal and hardworking county staff. So appreciate that. All right, any other questions, comments, or we're going to move on? then we're moving on. So next we have roundtable. We haven't had roundtable here for a little while. These are, of course, our reports from the Board of Supervisors, update on new projects and new services or initiatives and updates that we have going on in each of our districts. And I'm going to start. We always start with District 2 and go down, but we're going to start with Supervisor Lena Fowler to start with. I know that Lena's just gotten back from Chicago, representing us as a board member on NACO. And so I'm sure she has more information on her trip back there. So I'm going to have you start us out this time, Lena.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the board. Yes, so I am now on the National Counties Association Board of Directors. I represent our county and the state of Arizona on that board. We also have another board member that is from our CSA association appointed to it, Rudy, and Supervisor. We both represent Arizona, and we're on the board. And the Board of Directors meet 4 times a year, and this was their fall meeting. So the fall meeting, as I understand it, happens at the NACO board president, which is Denise Winfrey, I think her last name is. Don't have her name in front of me. Anyway, she is from outside of Chicago, Will County, and that's where we met. We can see Chicago skyline out there in the distance. But as any meeting, you might as well be right downtown Flagstaff in the hotel. But it was very interesting. The president's priority is housing, and we were just talking about housing solutions. She put a task force together, and that will be her initiative. The Board of Directors consists of the 4 regions. And so there are, and so the Board of Directors consists of about 168, I think it was. I'm going to be looking for Gregory here. Anyway, I want to thank Gregory for going with me and being able to participate in these meetings. The Board of Directors meeting is held during another conference, like this one was the Large Urban County Summit. And that's where it happened jointly. So that's what we went to Chicago for. Right now, we just had the budget finance, the priority for the board. They call it the blueprint, and that is what the board really uses as a guide to be able to use their, make decisions very much like our comprehensive plan. They have a real clear plan as to how it's going to be done. There are over 6,000 members with the NACO elected officials that participate in NACO. Oh, I forgot one more board member that is on there as well. Navajo County Attorney represents ACO on the board as well. So from Arizona, we have 3 representatives. That's how the board is set up. So anyway, that was really good. We got our orientation, just who the county board or the NACO board is, and NACO and how it all operates. So more we learn, we'll be able to bring more to you. So, and then, some of the things that I thought was really interesting was that there was a presentation. There's a rise in healthy women that are giving births that lose, that they themselves end up after the birth or during birth, they lose their lives. Some counties are really tracking it, and I was wondering, what our numbers are here at our county. There's a film that's been made for it. It's on Hulu, Aftershock. And so it's about childbirth. And I thought that was really interesting discussion that they had there. They also were really focused on, there's some counties, and I asked for a software where their budget, they have a software where when they do their budget, they really look at equity and every department and where the dollars are going throughout their whole county. And I thought that was really interesting. And I thought maybe we can just look at it to see if it will fit us or not. So that's something that was very interesting that was brought up there. At these sessions, there's always so many presentations that happen, and you bring a lot back. And so I want to just make sure that, yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Craig, our association director, is also Craig Sullivan. He's also on the board as a association director. So Arizona has a good representation on the NACO board. The next one is going to be at the WIR, which is the Western Interstate Region, on May 17th through the 19th. That's going to be happening in St. George, just down the road. So, and then of course, our annual conference, we all participate in that. And that's in July 21st to the 24th. And that's going to be in Texas. So those are, and then of course our legislative conference that is coming up that we just had a discussion about, where we do our Hill visits. So those are some of the things that that were brought up, and we're going to be way that we decided that we're going at the CSA. We're all going to be providing reports there as well as to some of the highlights that from these meetings. So that's, of course, election is always a big, is a really important topic. So voting procedures, we're just, those are some of the topics that have been in discussion at the national level as well. So that's where we're at. And then we also talked about the federal process. And I can email all of the staff on just there are some federal policies of the NACO, that is the priority for NACO. We all submit our resolutions, and then it goes through the steering committees. We go through this every year. From there, it goes to the board, and then it's filtered out. And so they generalize it. And those are some of the, that's really some of the, that's how NACO sets its priorities. So, for example, restoring and building federalism, balance of federalism, and optimizing intergovernmental partnership. Those are really important, intergovernmental partnership. From that, they also started a new program where they're working with congressional staff, where they're educating, taking a group and educating them about counties. They take them out to the counties. They took them to a large county, and then, meet with them in DC, take them to a county. We are up next for this congressional visit in Arizona, going to Maricopa County Election Office and then coming to Coconino County. That's something that our staff will be working with them on. So, like the Farm Bill, do we benefit from the Farm Bill? That's a big priority at the national level as well. The PILT, secure rural schools, these are items that is important to us. It's also important to, counties across the country. So it is very important for NACO as well. And then one of the focus is also the local disaster preparedness, and that's one of the priorities that they want to really look at and see how that at the national level, to be able to tell our stories and say, because when you look at the national news, it's always the state is doing this or some other, and the counties are not mentioned. So what they want to do is actually put a storyboard together on saying this is how we respond to emergency, to when there's an emergency. They want to get that county story out there. So because these congressional delegations, Congress, a lot of new members coming in, they don't know counties. So how do we educate them? So that's part of that storyboard that they want to put together. So there's a lot happening, and we're already very much involved. And our chair, Horseman here on the WIR, and I think we're already at all fronts. And then we have the Public Lands National Center that we're all looking at as well. So those are some of the things that are happening. And then here at home, we just went through some meetings here, but I'm putting together and working on the VITA program, and we'll see how that rolls out. I don't know if it will be comprehensive countywide or if it's going to be a small. It all depends on how we put it together. This year, we're working with New Mexico Tax Help. So we'll be announcing that more. We're looking at continuing to work on economic development and transition in the Page Region area or along the Arizona Strip. We just received a grant, as you all know, the trails, and really excited and implementing that. Let's see, what else are we doing? There's so much that's going on that I can't remember all of them now. We just met with Steve, maybe. I know there's taxes, there's a roads meeting coming up. There's
the congressional staff visit that Greg mentioned earlier that's going to be done next June.
Yeah, it'll be next June that's going to be happening. So there are lots happening that is in our county and continue to work on. So with that, I'm just going to stop right there, and then I can report more out.
One item very quickly, Madam Chair and Supervisors, is the Navajo Nation presidential transition teams. So the transition from Navajo Nation presidency, the inauguration is scheduled for January 10th, right, Supervisor Fowler?
Mm-hmm.
So we will be looking at your schedules in order to create that opportunity for board participation.
Is that in person? Is that going to be in January 10th in person? I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
It is, and we're working with them. So as more information comes out, we'll be able to share it with everyone. But for now, that is the information, January 10th, and we'll be continuing to move forward and working with the new administration that is coming in.
We will have a conflict because that is also the date set for our county swearing in ceremonies for Supervisor Geronimo Vasquez and Superintendent of Schools, Cheryl Mango Pageant. So we may need to do a divide and conquer
Well, or what I was saying is that I mean, especially since it's a swearing in, and I think it's the novel president. I think there's probably many of us that would like to be there for that, including maybe the person who we're going to be swearing in on the 10th. And, you know, and we may want to look at rescheduling that January board meeting if we can to a different day. You know, obviously Window Rock's you know, it's 3.5 hours there, 3.5 hours back. So, I know I would certainly like to attend the inauguration, and my guess is Geronimo Vasquez might want to attend the inauguration. So if we could schedule the board meeting maybe on Monday or Monday the 9th or on Wednesday the 11th, is that possible?
We'll look at schedules. We'll look at schedules and go from there.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
It's good to know, just so we can put it in our calendar and wait to get information. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then NACO also has a new a program that's out, BREC, which is really looking at co-impact counties, and we've been invited to apply for the to participate in that. One is networking, and the other one is assistance with experts across helping to be able to help with the you know, like economic development and other transitional plans and studies that you may want to do in your county. So I continue to work on co-impact counties, and also there's a networking that is with the Colorado State University, which is the Energy Transition Academy. I'm also working with them on that as well. So just a lot happening with just on behalf of the county, and just being very busy with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Thanks for the update on, it sounds like it was a very busy time back in Chicago, and good work was done on behalf of our county as well as all of our counties across the United States. So thank you for that. So let's move on. And the next one, I'm going to just go in reverse order. Supervisor Begay isn't with us. Supervisor Ryan in District 3.
Oh my gosh. All right. Actually, just quickly, my report that I just had. Oh, I buried it. There you go. Let's see. What was it? Back in November, Jay Smith and Mary Beth used to be Drusick, but it is Griner now, who has left us, unfortunately. She represented the Navy, but all three of us went down to present a case study, what we're doing with our REPI process to the America's Defense Communities Conference, which is a big military thing that was put together down in Phoenix. So they had a case study of California and us. And so we had done that. Just a couple of things, Steve and Andy and I, and then depending upon different time of day on what was happening, we did a day of going west in District 3 and visiting Williams, to stopping in Belmont, stopped to check in with Ponderosa Fire. Wes was there, as well as Christopher. So Wes with Emergency Management, Christopher with Public Works, talking about emergency coordination, as well as the challenges with the traffic, with the growth that we've had out there. And so we were able to do a little outreach with them, met with the city of Williams, management, past mayor, current mayor, and we're able to talk through several different issues: roads, parks, forest restoration, concerns associated with the Drake mine, elections and how we handle the election process, senior center and how that's working out so well. Michelle Axland and Kim were there for lunch with the seniors with us, and Steve and I stopped by, and Andy stopped by to visit with the Williams News and just introduce ourselves over there. They have since written a very good follow-up article related to how the senior center is functioning out there. Last year, we went through a transition of employees and a little hiccup with the community and the seniors, and everything settled really well. And it looks like people are really happy with what's happening associated with that. And then let's see, we stopped over and visited with Judge Crombie, RJP out in Williams. I had a chance to just, for your sake, Lena, catch up with the judge. He's presiding for JP Court, so he's in that interview group, and and the Williams staff have, when they were going through times of needing to catch up on records up in Page, came in and helped out. So you'll have a chance to talk to him and catch up with that. But just really good. We hadn't been out to the communities because of the hiccups associated with COVID as well. And it was a chance to re-engage, and very, I think it was very good meetings that we had with the different groups that we went out and visited. Another item with Parks and Rec, just so everybody's aware, we were approached by an individual that might want to contribute land. Our Parks and Rec are evaluating that piece of property and may eventually bring something forward to the board to see what direction, what it means to do that. Currently, I can't go much further beyond that because it's up to the private property owner and how and what they want to do. But it's just a heads up to the board if it happens. Parks and Rec is taking a look at it and working together with Andy and management just to evaluate that. Let's see. Munns Park went to a community meeting before going down to the CSA meeting. Again, similar idea, transition of people, but coming back, it's their second meeting since, I think maybe it's the third one since post-COVID that they're getting together. So it was a neighborhood watch meeting, probably about 20 people that were there beyond those that were presenting. And very good, just reaching out to everybody and just reconnecting, which was really good. Our public works staff was there to report on what they had been doing, how things are progressing there. The hot item that's usually comes up in that community currently is short-term rentals and how it's changed the character of the neighborhood and the impacts associated with it. So we're able to just introduce them to the concept of that we are considering an ordinance that we think we'll see in the next few months, make them aware of that and keep them updated associated with that. And then let me see. I thought I had one more thing here. I think that's, CSA, that was it. So I'm not sure if I gave this update. I mean, we knew leading into it. I stepped out of chairmanship of Medium County Caucus. Mary Mallory from Yavapai County as vice chair. Everybody voted her in, no contest associated with that. And Martine Portes is the new vice chair that'll be coming from UMet County. He was unable to attend the meeting, but we were able to vote him in place, stepping up as a new member. So it really worked out really well as that transition occurred. The only other thing along that line is, the LPC, trying to set up meetings associated with LPC for next year. Greg's on top of that. If Patrice and I stay there, we'll have regularly scheduled meetings associated with that. We'll make that decision in a couple of weeks. I think on the 20th that we reaffirm, if we reaffirm for that, but we're trying to line that up. And knock on wood, probably the biggest thing that's occurring is the governor's office, as Patrice had noted, I think earlier in the meeting, is they're looking at positions associated with administrative staff, those that, consideration of who they may keep, who other areas that they might need fortified. And so they are that's the big piece associated with legislation. They need to pivot to respond to probably a couple thousand bills being dropped in the beginning of next year. So they've got a lot of work to do associated with that, and we'll get future updates associated with that. That's enough of what I've been doing. Other stuff going out into the district. Oh, that's right. One more. And right now, hearings being held associated with the hospital and whether they are. The council now is hearing the plan amendment tonight. Or today, starting at 3 o'clock, and they're currently doing that. And Patrice can give an update of a letter that was put together associated with that. And that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you. I kept going on. I was trying to compete with Lena and see if I could get a longer piece, but she had more to talk about than me. So.
Me too, but you did a really good job on the comprehensive plan.
Okay, I'm done for the night, huh? There you go.
Well, actually, I really appreciate your insight in that. So thank you.
Oh no, Lena's back. I better keep quiet. I'm going to get in trouble here.
All right, Vice Chair Vasquez, please.
Thank you. All right. Well, it's been busy but light at the same time. So I'm going to go over some of my committee assignments. I'm on Metro Plan, and just recently, last week, I was reelected to another year as Vice Chair of Metro Plan. In Metro Plan, we're looking at some of the major projects to be looking at moving forward, including improvements on Highway 89A. With regards to the hospital construction, looking at the Lone Tree Overpass and some of those projects coming up. I attended the CPWAC, the Water Advisory Council's meeting in person last Friday. That was the first time I had the opportunity to do that since I first started, and that was at the USGS. It was a very interesting meeting. We had the state climate office come and present about the statewide drought and just some of the implications of such a drought, and how historically the trends that we're seeing and how this drought continues. And even though we had a wet monsoons this year, we would actually require at least 2 more years of heavy monsoons, and not just heavy monsoons, but also heavy snowfall in order to alleviate the drought. And so that was something that was a little eye-opening for me. And then also with RTAC, which is the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, Councilmember Salas will be stepping down, as she will no longer be a city council member after December 20th. And I will become the primary representative since I've been the alternate for this last year. And so I look forward to stepping into those more leadership roles in transportation statewide. And then just some of the events coming up. There's a Fernwood Timberline Neighborhood Watch meeting tonight at Station 33 from 6 to 8. The light parade downtown was mentioned already. I plan to be participating. And then the county's green team is going to help Killip Elementary School fill their new garden beds with dirt and compost Wednesday, December 14th from 3 to 5. So if you're interested in participating and helping out, please RSVP by December 12th to Marty Johnson at mjohnson@coconino.az.gov to come help support Killip Elementary School, get their garden beds filled with dirt and compost. And so that's a quick and easy report on my end. Again, I just appreciate all the work of all the team to help support us moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And I'll go ahead and wrap it up here. And it has been a busy time, I think, as we all know, trying to get everything in place before the end of the year and before the holidays. So it certainly has been a busy time. The news probably to share with everyone, members of the public, is we've been working, Andy, Jess, Jay, myself, and also with some of our city partners on trying to get a short-term rental ordinance together in good shape to hopefully bring to the Board of Supervisors for your review and input in the not too distant future. We're getting closer to that, and I know Jess and Jay have really been working very diligently on that, and we are coordinating with the City of Flagstaff on what they may be developing in their ordinance. Of course, they are a city, and as a city and with home rule have different mandates and different, quite frankly, responsibilities and opportunities than we have, but trying to make sure that we are at least in the same ballpark, because so much of city and county, are literally right across the street from each other. So we look forward to bringing that for you probably this next year at some point. The other is that I have continued to be working with the Rural Groundwater Management Group. We had a meeting last week. We, of course, were anxious to see what the results of the state legislature were. And we are basically trying to put our heads together on what we can and cannot do in terms of trying to present new legislation and new opportunities for us to continue to be able to monitor our groundwater here in rural Arizona. As we all know here on this board, how difficult it is when we're making planning and zoning decisions and development decisions, and we can't even look at underlying water and the availability of and the scarcity of water for these developments. So we're still moving forward on that. Also met with the Forest Service, and they have come up with some ideas about forest closures. You'll be happy to know, because that seems to be the number one question for members of the public when we all go out in our communities. And they are looking at the possibility of area closures when certain elements are met as we go into our drought and go into fire season. So they assure us that they are going to present a more thorough presentation and that they will start having public meetings, hopefully in different communities, so they can meet in a smaller group with communities to hear from our residents and to also provide information on what they're thinking of rolling out for area closures instead of forest fire as part of their forest fire restrictions is to start area closures. So more on that, and I'm hoping they'll be able to present a brief update to the board next year on this, but just kind of an FYI as we move forward. And then as Supervisor Ryan alluded to, it is a whole new sheriff in town, or a whole new governor who's going to be in Phoenix. And as a result of that, and as part of her transition team, they have reached out to the counties. What a concept. They have reached out to the counties and they've asked for our input to help them with their transition with Governor-elect Hobbs, and have asked for our input with regards to department heads and also with regards to boards and commissions. And they have made a promise as we move forward that we will be in their at their table, and they will continue to work with us, communicate with us, coordinate with us, and hopefully hear from us on some of these major issues that certainly affect Coconino County and affect all of our counties. I think some of us feel we've been kind of left out and left off the table in what's been going on down in Phoenix. So very, very good meetings. We've been able to give some great input and even made some good suggestions on how we would like to see her transition team and her department head shape up. So that's exciting. And as it develops, we hope to have some exciting news to share with everyone on what it looks like for her department heads and her commissions. And just quickly on some of the committees I sit on. Metro Plan, you've got the update from Vice Chair Vasquez, so I won't really go into that anymore. I do sit on, as you know, WIR, Public Lands. We have had some, some pretty good meetings going forward on what this means, given the change in the legislature, the federal legislature, on what that's going to look like and what the landscape is going to look like moving forward. And we'll go into that in greater detail as we do move forward. And I also was able to attend the Mayan Win Coffee Shop grand opening with our vice chair and proprietor, Geronimo Vasquez, and that was lots of fun and great to see so many members over there in that community off the 4th Street neighborhoods that joined in on the celebration. And the NIH letter, let me talk about that and then I'll wrap it up. As you know, NIH is looking to vacate its current hospital location here just outside of downtown Flagstaff and to move on the south side of town, the southwest side of town, across I-17, really adjacent to Fort Tuthill. And it is in the city. However, it's obviously going to have a great effect, not only for Fort Tuthill, but for many of our communities out along the I-17 corridor. And so on behalf of the county and on behalf of our communities, we have sent a letter to NIH and to the city of Flagstaff, setting forth what Coconino County sees as our priorities, both in terms of traffic, intersection concerns that we have, Fort Tuthill, and making sure that we continue that Fort Tuthill continues to be prospering and in the growth, that it is not going to negatively affect our beautiful county park, and other concerns that we have associated with this very big change for downtown for Flagstaff, and for many of our communities, as I said, on the southwest part of Coconino County and Flagstaff. Obviously, the letter, if you'd like to get it, we'll get it out to you individuals. It's something that Andy Bertelson and Steve Peru have been very involved in, and both Supervisor Ryan, where they'll be moving to, and myself, where they'll be moving from, have been involved in this, and will continue to be involved and to get you keep you up to speed. And I know many of you have met with the CEO, Josh Tinkle, individually. And so I think it is important for you to see the letter so you understand where we in Coconino County are coming from, and we can speak with one voice, hopefully moving forward on this. And then last but not least, I got to accompany Santa to Flagstaff. And on Saturday, I was able to join some members of the city council and the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance and the city fire truck crew to bring Santa into downtown Flagstaff for the Christmas tree lighting. And the kids were very excited. I was very excited. And it was really a very nice event. And Brian Harris was there. The county had its table. A lot of kids came and tried their luck to get a coloring book or a ruler, and candy canes were had all around. So it was a very nice event in downtown Flagstaff. And I want to thank city staff that was involved, the county staff that was involved in that. It was a good time was had by all. And then just upcoming events, the Stone Soup at the Murdoch Center is tomorrow, starting at 5 o'clock. And bring a bowl and your spoon and join in as they advertise. This is what community looks like. So we hope you can join us at the Stone Soup event at the Murdoch Center here tomorrow night. And with that, that is what I have. And if anybody is any final wrap-ups from any other members of the board.
Just one thing, Madam Chair. I also attended some celebration of life for Wayne Fox, and who helped us in developing the Rural Policy Institute and many other areas with the School of Business that he worked out of. And also for John Hanson, Dr. John Hanson, who had been the archaeologist for the Kaibab National Forest for about 30 years. Just really very important people that really affected our communities in positive ways. And so I was able to wear the county hat at each of those events.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Yes, it was a sad week in Flagstaff, that's for sure. So. All right, if there is nothing else, no final thoughts, comments, we are at the adjournment. And members of the board, it has been a great meeting, a little early, and I want to thank our county manager and our wonderful staff for doing such a good job, as always, of getting the information for us. So we are prepared to make good decisions on behalf of our community. So thank you all. Have a great evening, everyone, and we'll see you all soon.
Thanks, Matt, for representing us there.
Thank you all.
Thanks. You bet.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.